Chapter 174. The senior brothers and sisters in the back mountain of the academy were either from isolated islands in the South Sea or other countries, or their families were far away. None of them were from Chang'an. After seeing second brother's fresh and pleasant little attendant, Ning Ke once thought of taking Sang Sang to live in the back mountain. However, he thought that he was just a newcomer in the academy and was not qualified to be compared with second brother. If he made such a request when he just entered the back mountain, it would make others feel that he was too arrogant. Secondly, the back mountain was beautiful but lacked the market atmosphere. Therefore, he became the only day student in the back mountain of the academy. Sang Sang hurriedly went to the West Lane to buy a lot of brushes, ink and strange materials according to the list he made. Then she began to cook and reported to him the business situation of the old brush pen shop today while cutting vegetables. Business is very good today, especially in the morning. The doorsill was almost trampled. Didn't I repair the door yesterday? But it was not strong enough, and today it was squeezed a little. After confirming that you are not at home, the number of customers decreased in the afternoon. Sang Sang suddenly thought of something. She wiped her wet hands on her apron and went back to the inner room to take out a thick stack of name cards and invitations. She put them on the desk and said, "A lot of people left these things and invited you to come to the mansion for a gathering. Because there were too many people and the names were written on the cards, I didn't write them down." Ning Ke glanced at the invitations and name cards, and then looked at the classics of Talisman, which were as high as a hill. He thought that he was already very busy at this time. How could he have time to attend these appointments? After thinking for a while, he said to Sang Sang, "After dinner, you can choose these invitations and put the important ones aside to be dealt with later." How to deal with them? Sang Sang asked seriously. As Ning Ke's little handmaiden, she had never had the experience of dealing with these big shots of the empire and did not know which invitations were important. Choose them like vegetables. Keep the fresh and expensive ones and put aside the stale and cheap ones. As for what is fresh and expensive, I have told you about the official system of the empire before. Do you still remember? Anything with a high official position is expensive. Let me handle it. I'll write a reply first to show my courtesy. I think those officials only want my words. Hearing his answer, Sang Sang frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Young master, your words can be sold for money now. Isn't it a pity to write a reply and send it back?" Ning Ke smiled and continued to concentrate on reciting what he saw in front of him. He had only read less than half of the dozens of thick classics of Talisman characters. He really had no time to think about other things. Master Yen Sei gave him a total of 33 ancient books of Talisman characters, which recorded the Talisman characters left by the previous Talisman masters. There were a total of 387 books of Talisman characters and 247 talismans, which was as vast as the sea. Ning Ke first skimmed through it roughly. He stared at those talismans that had different faces and seemed to have nothing in common with each other for a long time, but he found nothing. Instead, he frowned more and more. According to Master Yen Sei, these talismans were only for him to refer to and experience. As for how to finish the final stroke, it all depended on his own understanding. However, these ink balls looked like tadpoles, graffiti, raindrops, and silk lines, but they were not like words or paintings. How could he refer to and experience what he needed from them? He randomly picked out a book from the pile of ancient books and found that it was the first part of the third volume, which was the beginning of the water scroll. Ning Ke was slightly refreshed and thought that since it was the beginning, it probably had something to do with water. And water was the most indispensable and intimate thing for human survival. Perhaps it would be easier to experience it. There were 4 pages in the first part of the water scroll. Ning Ke carefully read from the beginning to the end and found that there were many similarities among more than 100 talismans drawn on the 4 pages. Most of them were 6 ink lines from top to bottom, but the thickness and the arrangement of the 6 ink lines were different. The strangest talismans were that the 6 ink lines were even completely entangled with each other. Are these all the characters of water? One is more than another? Ning Ke frowned and stared at the talisman at the top of the water scroll. He stared at the 6 neatly arranged ink lines with a slight bend in the middle. His mind gradually calmed down and the ink lines turned into streams of water in his eyes. He seemed to vaguely see rainwater sliding down from the eaves and falling into the rainwater accumulated on the bluestone slabs. Several raindrops bloomed and then merged with the surrounding rainwater again. There were materials such as writing brush, ink, and cinnabar on the desk. These things he ordered Sang Sang to buy were common and cheap, but according to Master Yen Sei, they were all necessary materials for writing talismans. Ning Ke no longer looked at the 6 ink lines on the book. He poured water into the inkstone and began to grind the ink blocks slowly. When the ink could no longer be separated, he took a brush from the shelf and gently dipped it into the inkstone to absorb the ink until it was full. His movements were gentle and calm, but in fact, he was making the psyche power in his sense of perception slowly cross the snow mountain and ocean of Qi, pass through the paper window, and fall into the well in the small courtyard according to Master Yen Sei's teaching. He was carefully experiencing the primordial Qi of water. He picked up the writing brush and took out the inkstone, but his wrist was stiff above the inkstone and he couldn't put the paper down. Ning Ke slightly frowned and looked at the 6 ink lines on the book again. He forcibly disassembled them in his sense of perception with the 8 strokes calligraphy of Yong. He only felt that the 6 ink lines suddenly separated and then quickly drifted away, turning into a dark rain cloud and shrouding his head. However, he didn't know why the dark rain cloud refused to drop a drop of water. His wrist slightly trembling, Ning Ke was ready to pick up the writing brush and put the paper down, but he finally stopped. He clearly felt that although he felt the well water and the meaning contained in the talisman, he still couldn't write his own talisman. He couldn't connect his own feeling with the water in the well. It was wrong after all. In the dead of night, the candlelight was gradually lit. There were 2 bowls of vegetables and a bowl of white rice on the desk. A bowl of water under the lamp was gently swaying in the night wind. Ning Ke stood by the window and the desk, looking at the talisman on the water scroll. His body was stiff and his right hand holding the writing brush trembled slightly. He had been in this position for a long time, but the writing brush in his hand still couldn't fall on the paper. Sang Sang sat by the bed and embroidered shoes. She looked up at him from time to time. She had already eaten a few hours ago, but she didn't ask Ning Ke to eat, because she knew that Ning Ke was in big trouble at this time. She knew that Ning Ke had started to work hard out of habit. Although she was worried, she was used to it, so she kept silent. Ning Ke had a very good but also very bad quality. Every time he encountered a problem that he was interested in and wanted to solve, he would put all his attention into the process of solving the problem. He couldn't sleep at all before he solved the problem. No matter how delicious the food was, it was as hard to chew as a candle in his mouth. He felt that the world around him didn't exist at all. In that world, he was regarded as a genius largely because he had the spirit to solve problems. However, this spirit was often a very troublesome thing for the people around him. Because he would forget to eat, he would not be able to sleep, he would torment his body until it was extremely weak, and even his life would be in danger. He would only wake up when he finally solved the problem, or when he regained his rationality and confirmed that the problem was beyond his ability. When Ning Ke saw the article on the response of the Tao for the first time in the frontier fortress, he didn't sleep for half a month. He forced himself to meditate all the time, so that he could feel the qi of heaven and earth around him. Sang Sang, who was still very young at that time, took care of him for half a month. In the end, even the former general of the city of Wei couldn't stand it and asked his soldiers to wake Ning Ke up with whips. After that, Ning Ke and Sang Sang both fell seriously ill. It was the same when he went to the old library at the beginning of last year. At that time, Ning Ke stayed up until he passed out and was thrown out of the building. He went home in a carriage with a pale face and vomited like a drunkard until he vomited blood. It was Sang Sang who guarded him by the bed every night. After finishing the embroidery, Sang Sang raised her head and rubbed her sore wrist. She glanced at Ning Ke, who was in a daze beside the desk, and then lowered her head to embroider the soles of shoes, hiding the worried look in the deepest part of her eyes. Over the years, she had been used to Ning Ke's crazy behavior when he solved problems. Over the years, Ning Ke had gotten used to having someone take care of him whenever he went crazy trying to solve problems. Late at night, the oil ran out and the lights went out. Sang Sang, who had fallen asleep at the head of the bed, woke up. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the bright sky outside the window. She found that Ning Ke was still standing in front of the desk, still maintaining the posture of holding the brush pen. Sang Sang walked over and opened the window. She looked back at the desk and found that there was not even a dot of ink on the white paper. Ning Ke, who had been suffering for a whole night, was mentally exhausted and his dry eyes were bloodshot. Sang Sang stood by the window and stared at Ning Ke's eyes for a long time. She found that he could not see her at all. She shook her head and went out of the room to boil water for cooking. Ning Ke woke up from the state of mind when a steaming hot towel was placed on his face. He swayed and sat on the chair. He found that his whole body was sore and painful, as if he was rusty. After rubbing his face with hot water, brushing his teeth, eating and drinking a pot of hot tea, Ning Ke recovered a little. He picked up the water scroll from the desk and put it in his sleeve, ready to go to the academy. Standing in front of the old brush pen shop, he looked back at Sang Sang and said after a moment of silence, "The problem I encountered this time seems to be more troublesome than the previous ones. I may not be able to solve it even after a few nights. From tonight on, you don't have to stay up with me. Although I have not been sick for more than half a year, you still have to take care of your body. If I am sick, I still have you to take care of me. If we are sick, we can't ask Aunt Wu next door to take care of us." Sang Sang nodded. When he arrived at the academy, classes had already started in the study rooms. Ning Ke walked alone to the old library according to the route he took yesterday. He took a deep breath and walked into the fog in front of the mountain road. When he came out of the fog, it was still the clear morning light and the beautiful scenery of the cliff plateau. On the horse carriage from Chang unto the academy, Ning Ke closed his eyes and rested all the way. He felt a little better and looked at the beautiful scenery. He held the book in his sleeve tightly and confidently thought that he could lie on the lawn for a while and then continue to read. The academy's back mountain was a wonderful place, which might be helpful for him to comprehend talisman Taoism. When he was about to step forward, he suddenly heard a clear and beautiful voice beside him. "Youngest brother. Ah, you come at the right time." Ning Ke turned his head and looked at seventh sister in the light yellow spring clothes of the academy. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Seventh sister." Seventh sister looked at his eyebrows and eyes curiously and asked with concern, "Why do you look so tired?" The biggest difference between a senior sister and a senior brother was that the senior sister was definitely a woman, and seventh sister was a very young and beautiful woman. No matter how old a man was, he would never admit that he was tired in front of a young and beautiful woman. So Ning Ke answered with a smile, "I entered the academy's back mountain yesterday and was a little excited, so I didn't sleep well." "Oh, then I don't need to worry about anything." Seventh sister took out a note from her sleeve and handed it to him. She said with a smile, "You know I'm responsible for the maintenance of the tactical array in the fog. This month is the day for major repairs and we need a lot of materials. So please go to the front yard to get some materials. You can go directly to Professor Wunlan." Ning Ke slightly opened his mouth and began to regret his answer when he thought of Chin Pipi's proud laughter yesterday. He answered with a bitter face, Yes, seventh sister. Hurry up. Seventh sister smiled and said with some embarrassment, there are some materials for the cloth in the array that need to be changed later. Youngest brother, please do it. Ning Ke opened his mouth wider and pointed at the thick fog behind him helplessly. He said, Senior sister, do you mean I have to go into the fog to help you change the materials later? My eyesight is not good in the fog. Seventh sister covered her sleeves and smiled like a weak woman. She patted his chest heavily like a reckless man and said, Since I need your help, how can I let you be a blind man? I have to check the situation in the array pivot and can't go by myself. I have to trouble you. I don't deserve to be called trouble. Ning Ke opened his eyes wide and said, Or should I go to catch Chin Pippi first? It should be faster with two people. Youngest brother, although you were familiar with Pippi before you entered the mountain, he is your 12th senior brother after all. You should call him by his title. Seventh sister looked at him with a sweet smile and said, Although the second floor of the academy is not as rigid and pedantic as those sects in the world, we still have to pay attention to things like respecting teachers and respecting Taoism and brothers and sisters. How could Ning Ke not understand the hidden meaning in senior sister's words? As the youngest brother who had just entered the second floor of the academy, how could he refuse? The next day, when Ning Ke came to the academy and entered the back mountain, he looked more haggard, his eyes more dry and bloodshot. He had not slept for 2 nights. Yesterday, he was ordered around the mountain by seventh sister like a coolie. Although it was the first time he had an intimate contact with the magic of the array in the fog, his spirit was extremely bad. Walking out of the mist, he thought of what seventh sister had said yesterday, which would take at least a month, and that it had to be finished before the headmaster and eldest brother returned. He felt cold all over. He lowered his body like a field mouse and slipped into the back of the mountain that was densely covered with the spring forest. After entering the back mountain, he did not take the ordinary mountain path but went to the dense forest. Seeing that the mirror-like lake on the cliff platform was getting smaller and smaller, and the thread-like waterfall on the opposite cliff was getting thinner and thinner, he thought that seventh sister would not be able to find him. He could not help but feel relieved. He rubbed his tired and numb cheeks and leaned against an old pine behind him to look into the distance. It was very comfortable. Someone actually entered the mountain? It's you? Why are you here, youngest brother? Are you here to send us food? 2 vigorous and tired voices suddenly sounded from the side of the old pine. It was obviously 2 people talking, but their voices seemed to be mixed together, as if they were from the same mouth. Ning Ke was shocked and looked back in astonishment. He saw a stone table on the side of the old pine, and 2 men with long beards and messy hair sat opposite each other. It was already the end of spring, and even the mountain was warm. However, the 2 men sitting at the stone table were still wearing the thick winter clothes of the academy, and their clothes were full of stains. He did not know how long they had not been washed. He instantly guessed that these 2 must be the 5th brother and the 8th brother introduced by Chin Pippi. He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, bowed respectfully and said, Ning Ke greets you 2 senior brothers. Youngest brother, it's great that you are here. Come here quickly. A man with dirty hair and beard waved his hand tiredly and said. Ning Ke did not know whether he was 5th brother or 8th brother. Ning Ke walked over and found that the stone table was engraved with dense straight lines, which turned into a stone chessboard. There were dozens of black and white chess pieces on the chessboard, some in the east and some in the west. He could not see what was going on. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. He looked down and saw that one of the senior brothers had put his hand into his arms. Senior brother, I'm your 8th brother. 8th brother, why do you put your hand into my arms? 8th brother took back his trembling hand and asked in confusion, Youngest brother, why don't you have any food with you? Ning Ke was speechless and thought, Are you 2 children asking for candy every time you see someone? Youngest brother no, 12th, he came to us the night before yesterday, and told us that from now on, you are responsible for sending us meals. So he did not send us meals yesterday, and you did not come either. 8th brother looked at him pitifully and said in a trembling voice, Youngest brother, we have not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Why didn't you bring us any food today? Ning-Kei opened his mouth wide but could not say a word. He thought, I have not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Do I have to be responsible for your food? Although this was what he was thinking, looking at the 2 senior brothers beside the stone puppet with messy hair and hungry eyes, he felt like he was looking at 2 pitiful birds waiting to be fed. He really couldn't bring himself to do it, so he sighed and said, Then I'll go find food for you. 5th brother, who had been silent and only expressed his yearning for food with his eyes, suddenly became spirited when he heard that there would be food soon and they would not starve to death. He stroked his long beard and said seriously, Hey, don't worry. You won't starve to death if you don't eat for a day. 8th brother stretched out 3 fingers in front of 5th brother and said in a trembling voice, You idiot, we have not eaten for 3 days. 5th brother looked at Ning-Kei and said seriously as if he did not see the 3 fingers in front of him, Next game, you first. 8th brother took back his fingers and nodded in agreement, Good. This is serious. Ning-Kei looked at the 2 senior brothers who were about to become hungry ghosts and thought speechlessly that they deserved to starve to death. On the 3rd day, when Ning-Kei left the old brush pen temple on Lin 47th Street, the paper on the desk was still as white and clean as the first snow, without any ink stains. The morning light at the back of the mountain of the academy shone on his face, making his weariness and exhaustion in each of his eyebrows and increasingly bloodshot eyes clearer and more pitiful. He walked out of the clouds and walked to the mountain. Before he took 2 steps, he was blocked by a light yellow figure. 7th sister looked at him tenderly and said, Youngest brother, I know you may have been busy yesterday, but you won't be too busy today, right? Ning-Kei looked at 7th sister, lifted the heavy food box in his right hand and said sadly, Senior sister, I was dragged by 5th brother and 8th brother to play chess for a whole day yesterday. I am in a hurry to send them food, otherwise they will really starve to death. I see. 7th sister slightly raised her eyebrows and said, Don't be delayed by those 2 idiots in cultivation. Playing chess and playing the zither is the end of cultivation after all. You can follow me to do a major repair of tactical arrays, which is good for your own cultivation. Ning-Kei repeatedly agreed and promised to go to the lake pavilion to watch senior sister embroider as soon as he came down from the mountain. Then he would work hard to help senior sister to maintain the tactical array. Only then could he get away. But he thought in his heart that he would not go down the mountain later. Let's see where you can find me. Under the pine tree, Ning-Kei looked at the 2 senior brothers, who were so hungry that they could not even speak but were still staring at the chess pieces on the field. He put down the food box and said, 2 senior brothers, hurry up and eat. The food box was opened. The food Sang-Sang cooked overnight was still warm and emitted a very faint fragrance. The 2 senior brothers trembled and sat up straight and began to eat. From time to time, they looked up at Ning-Kei bitterly and sighed vaguely with regret. Youngest brother is really not hiding his weakness. He is really bad at chess. Youngest brother really didn't give way. He has never played chess at all. Yesterday, Ning-Kei lost 12 games in a row under the pine tree. The 2 senior brothers finally confirmed that he was a lousy chess player without any foundation, so they no longer asked him to play chess. But for Ning-Kei, this was a real blessing and he felt very comforted. After sending the food under the pine tree, he went to the depths of the clouds. He decided to take a rest or study the books left by Master Yen Sei during the half-day he stole. However, after a few steps, a person came out of the dense forest and flowers, grabbed his sleeve and asked, Youngest brother, where are you from? Where are you going? Ning-Kei stared at the 11th brother whose head was full of broken flowers and suddenly had an impulse to cry. Fortunately, the 11th brother didn't ask who the youngest brother was, or he might faint on the spot. After a moment of silence, he shook off the 11th brother's wrist and rushed down the mountain, shouting, "Seventh sister, where are you? Let me help you." Between the lake pavilion at the foot of the mountain, the seventh sister's fingers holding the embroidery needle slightly stiffened. She looked up at the forest and thought in surprise, "Why is the new youngest brother so diligent? Compared with him, Pippi is totally a scum." In the small courtyard in front of the waterfall, the second brother slightly raised his eyebrows and praised the proud big white goose under the steps. The back of the mountain of the academy has been dull for many years, and the younger brothers and sisters are all shameless. Now there is finally a youngest brother who is devoted to Tao. How can I not be gratified? Behind a toilet somewhere in the mountain, Chen Pippi, who was biting a chicken leg, wiped his oily face and turned his head to the depths of the forest. He sighed in amazement. "To please the senior sister, you even flatter her. Ning-Kei, I'm really not as good as you." The sound of zither and flute in the dense forest of the cliff plateau gradually stopped, and a dialogue was heard. "I suddenly remembered that we forgot one thing. Yes, we haven't invited the youngest brother to listen to the new song I composed last month." After entering the second floor of the academy, Ning-Kei's life was very full, even to the point that he was about to die of exhaustion. The writing brush in the old brush pen shop had never been put down, and the snow-white paper was still snow-white. He couldn't fall asleep every night, and when he entered the academy in the morning, he had to send food and water to senior brother Songxia. If he didn't want to be caught by the 11th brother to discuss philosophy, he would be enslaved by the 7th sister and occasionally be forced to appreciate the new music composed by the 92 senior brothers. At that time, he sat in the long grass and nodded sleepily. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the 2 senior brothers, it proved that he was quite talented in music. If he didn't hear the meaning of the music, why did the youngest brother nod and praise so frequently? The hot towel Sang-Sang handed to him was getting hotter and hotter, but it still couldn't wash away his fatigue. Floating in the vast and mysterious world of talisman Taoism day and night, exhausted by the senior brothers and sisters of the academy, Ning-Kei's eyes were as red as a net, and his eyelids were like mountains. His eyes were dull, and his exposed fingers kept drawing fu characters in the air, copying the tens of thousands of characters he had memorized in his mind. He looked like a fool. In the meadow of the academy, Chu Yuxian looked at the miserable Ning-Kei and said in shock, "How did you become like this?" Sidu Ilan and Jean Wucai handed over the mansion's invitation cards to invite him for a chat on behalf of the elders of their family. Hearing Chu Yuxian's words, they noticed that Ning-Kei looked extremely haggard and couldn't help but be shocked. Ning-Kei took the 2 invitation cards and put them in his arms. He looked numb with hands folded in front, and then walked to the back of the mountain, looking a little lost. The 3 of them looked at Ning-Kei's slowly walking back, and were shocked speechless for a long time. Sidu Ilan shook her head hard to drive Ning-Kei's ghost-like face out of her mind. She murmured, "Is there a ghost on the 2nd floor?" "Shit! You saw a ghost." Chen Pippi was so scared that he directly jumped back 20 meters, and then hesitated for a long time before walking back. He looked at Ning-Kei's face and was shocked speechless. Ning-Kei said weakly, "You are the one who saw a ghost." Chen Pippi nodded and said seriously, "Yes, you do look like a ghost now." Ning-Kei looked at the forest with a dull look and said, "I did see a ghost. I saw 2 ghosts in the back of the mountain of the academy who only knew how to play chess and even wanted to be fed. 2 ghosts who only knew how to play flute and zither purely for their own amusement. They couldn't even see that I was asleep, but they insisted that I sit there and listen to them. And a philosophical ghost who caught people and asked those **T questions. Then he turned his head to look at Chen Pippi and said painfully, "And you unfaithful coward. I know this is an inhuman life, but don't forget that I have been living like this for several years." Chun Pippi looked at Ning Ke and answered timidly, "But no matter how hard it was, I didn't become like you now. What on earth has caused you to become like this?" "I am learning talisman Taoism from Master Yen Sei." Ning Ke looked at him with a perplexed expression and said, "But after learning for so long, I still can't figure out the way. This thing is too difficult, and it's so difficult that I have no direction and no brain. That's why I'm not happy." "Have you used the 8 strokes calligraphy of Yong?" "I have tried everything, but I still can't find the way." Ning Ke slowly lowered his head and said tiredly, "I actually have the feeling of fear and despair. Do you know? This is the first time in my life that I feel hopeless in learning." Chun Pippi thought of Ning Ke's desperate look when he was cultivating and nodded subconsciously. Ning Ke shook his head and said, "Even when I found that I couldn't cultivate in the city of Wei, I was not as desperate and wanted to give up as I am now. Because when I fell asleep, I always felt that I was meditating. But now facing those classics of talisman, even if I enter a sleep-like state of meditation, I still clearly know that I can't do it." Chun Pippi looked at his haggard cheeks and dim eyes and suddenly said, "I will take you to a place to see a person." Ning Ke asked, "Where? To see who?" "Don't let 11th brother hear your 2 questions," Chun Pippi joked. Ning Ke wanted to laugh when he heard this, but he was too tired to raise his eyebrows. Chun Pippi looked at his pitiful look and sighed. He grabbed his sleeve and walked to somewhere in the back mountain. When they came to a cliff, Chun Pippi stopped and looked at him. He said, "Last time when you reached the top you saw an old man. You thought he was also senior brother, but he was not." Ning Ke thought of the old man and asked, "You said you didn't know how to call him." Chun Pippi said, "I really don't know how to call him. That old man entered the back mountain of the academy very early, even earlier than eldest brother and second brother. We should call him Uncle Master, but the headmaster said that this old man was not a member of the academy." Suddenly, Ning Ke thought of many hidden side bosses in stories, such as the great wise man who pointed out the right path for the hero. He suddenly became excited and stared at Chun Pippi. He said, "This old man is good at talisman Taoism?" "No." Chun Pippi shook his head and said, "This old man doesn't know talisman Taoism. He doesn't know any cultivation methods." Ning Ke stared at Chun Pippi and asked, "Then why did you bring me to see him? You said that this is the first time in your life that you are afraid of difficulties and want to give up. Then let me ask you, do you like cultivation?" After a long silence, Ning Ke firmly answered, "I like it." Chun Pippi looked at him and said, "Since you like it, you should stick to it. I brought you to see this old man because I want you to see that a person who is really obsessed with something will never give up easily. Since that old man can't cultivate, then what is he obsessed with? What does he like?" "Reading." Chun Pippi emphasized and said, "He likes reading. This chapter has 8,000 words, so it takes a long time to write. I wish I could finish it in an hour. But it's really a fool's dream. But a fool is always cute. Haha. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 175. At the end of spring, in the South Gate Temple of Haotian, the green trees and dense flowers were beautiful. In the depth of the silent temple, Li Qingshan, the master of nation of Tang, looked at the dirty old Taoist and said after a long silence, "I always think there are some problems with this method." "What problems?" Master Yen Sei looked at the teacup on the table and thought of the teacup in the pavilion that day. Li Qingshan said, "Ning Ke has great potential, but after all, he is new to talisman Taoism. He is like a piece of white paper for others to paint. The exquisite knowledge of talisman Taoism is your lifetime understanding, and the dozens of classics of talisman Taoism are all the essence accumulated by our South School for hundreds of years. Now that senior martial brother has thrown everything over, he doesn't care about it at all. It's like pouring a basin of ink on a piece of white paper. It definitely won't be able to write any exquisite words. It will only become a piece of black paper. Master Yen Sei was silent. Li Qingshan said helplessly, Ning Ke is now a small teapot with an empty stomach. You've just opened a small opening, and you've already poured an ocean into it. Aren't you worried that he won't be able to hold on and die? If Ning Ke knew that you used something like a teapot to describe him, he might explode in anger without any ocean of knowledge. Master Yen Sei smiled and then looked at Li Qingshan seriously, saying, Ning Ke is a piece of white paper, but it is the largest piece of white paper I have ever seen. Neither you nor I have the experience to paint on such a piece of white paper, so I can only pour this basin of ink on it and let him turn it around by himself. Since he can't paint with a bare pen, let this piece of white paper carry the ink to paint by itself. As for what he can paint in the end, it depends on his understanding and perseverance. As for the analogy of the teapot, I admit that it may be embarrassing for Ning Ke to put my lifetime understanding and the essence accumulated by the South School for hundreds of years into his mind in such a short time. However, you have to admit that although this method is simple and crude, it is the fastest and most effective way. As long as his little teapot is not broken, there will be tea that will burst out one day. But it is also the most dangerous and unreliable method. Li Qingshan looked at Master Yen Sei and said in a low voice, What if this piece of white paper is directly stuck to the floor by the ink? What if this little teapot breaks into countless pieces before the pleasant tea can be forced out from the mouth? Ning Ke is not only your successor, but also a student of the headmaster of academy. He is also a young man whom His Majesty has high hopes for. I don't understand why senior brother is so anxious about him. There are many more conservative and reliable methods. Because he is anxious, I am anxious, and the world seems to be anxious too. Master Yen Sei looked up at the northern sky outside the southern gate temple and said slowly, 10 years to become a divine talisman master? My student's ambition is more than that, and so am I. Since the world has begun to be turbulent, I think it will be difficult to leave a stable and conservative cultivation environment for Ning Quebec. Most importantly, I have recently found that time is running out. Li Qingshan looked at Master Yen Sei's old face. After a long time of silence, he said sadly, I see. Looking at Master Yen Sei's old back, Li Qingshan suddenly said, Senior brother, don't go to play these days. Stay in the temple and talk with me. We have been in the same school for decades, but we haven't even played a game of chess. Master Yen Sei did not look back. He smiled and waved his hand. He said in a hoarse voice, You are not a young and beautiful girl. It is really boring to talk and play chess with you. Don't worry, I will come back to see you for the last time when I die. Master Yen Sei did not look back. He smiled and waved his hand. He said in a hoarse voice, You are not a young and beautiful girl. It is really boring to talk and play chess with you. Don't worry, I will come back to see you for the last time when I die. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked at the small teapot on the stove beside the table that spurted out steam. He was speechless. He thought, Senior brother, since you've decided on making a stove to boil tea, all I can do is think of some ways to help this little guy. After Master Yen Sei left South School Temple of Haotian Taoism, he went directly to the House of Red Sleeves and came to the small courtyard that he was most familiar with. Dewdrop was counting the silver notes with her maidservant at this time. They really made a small fortune by selling the rubbing of chicken soup calligraphy these days. Suddenly they heard the sound of the door and saw the dirty old Taoist standing at the gate of the courtyard. She immediately got up in surprise. In the past, she only thought this old Taoist looked wretched and generous, so she treated him patiently. Now she already knew his real identity. She did not dare to act coquettishly and hurried to greet him as fast as she could. Master Taoist is here. Dewdrop squatted and bowed, which was very respectful. She thought she should be more enthusiastic, but she was really nervous because this old Taoist was a legendary immortal. Master Yen Sei laughed strangely and pinched her plump waist. He said, "You know my identity, but you don't need to be so nervous. After all, I still have to pay, so I should please you." Dewdrop took the opportunity to snuggle into his arms and said shyly, "Master Taoist, you are making fun of me again. I thought you are a free man, and immortals will not stay in the mortal world for too long. I am afraid that I will never see you again. I am full of regret." Master Yen Sei said angrily, "Your cosmetics here taste better than the ink on the fu paper. How can I not come here?" After a few steps to the cliff, they saw a cliff cave about dozens of meters high. Birds were flying in and out of the cave quickly. On the gentle slope outside the cliff cave, there was a 2-story wooden building. The surface of the building was mottled by wind and rain and bird droppings. No one knew how many years it had been standing under the cliff. Ning Kei smelled a familiar smell when he was still some distance away from the building. He asked with a pale face, "Do you smell it here?" Chin Pippi sniffled and said blankly, "What smell? You can't smell such a strong smell?" Ning Kei stared at his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "The smell of Huangzhou bud paper and ink makes me want to vomit. Why do you bring me here?" Chen Pippi knew that there must be paper and ink beside the old scholar in the building, but he did not smell the smell of paper and ink that made Ning Kei pale and nauseous. He reached out his hand in front of his nose and thought that this lad had been studying talisman Taoism so crazily that he was so sensitive. Ning Kei raised his sleeves to cover his nose and followed him to the wooden building. The closer they were to the wooden building, the stronger the smell of paper and ink was, which made him more and more uncomfortable. Recently, he had been grinding ink and reading paper every night, but he could not move a stroke. Subconsciously, he had a great fear and disgust for this smell. There was an open-air stone platform under the wooden building, on which there was a huge desk, on which there were piles of books. Behind the mountainous books, sat an old scholar with gray hair. The old scholar held an old book in his left hand and a half-bald writing brush in his right hand. From time to time, he recited a few sentences to the old book and wrote some numbers on the paper. Then he continued to read. No one knew what he saw, but his long eyebrows flew up in the wind, and his facial expressions were extremely wonderful, as if he was about to dance. The old man read and copied the book, concentrating on nothing else. Whether it was the flock of birds above the cliff cave or Chin Pippi and Ning Kei who were approaching, they did not affect him at all. It seemed that as long as he started to read, the whole world except for the book would disappear in an instant. Wonderful! Wonderful! The old scholar found another wonderful place in the scroll. Using his fastest speed, he copied the sentences on the paper. Then he put the half-bald brush pen in his mouth and licked it, as if he had tasted the most delicious taste in the world. Unexpectedly, he was so happy that he danced with joy. Ning Kei looked at the old scholar and turned back to look at Chen Pippi in astonishment. He said, "He is indeed reading, but how can watching him read help me to cultivate talisman Taoism?" Eldest brother once told us that many years ago, the headmaster of the academy found that the old man actually had a great potential for cultivation, but was directly rejected by the old man. Chen Pippi looked at the old man who was crazily reading and copying books behind the desk. He shrugged helplessly and said, "Because in this old man's opinion, reading is the only meaningful thing in the world. Cultivation and whatnot is just a waste of time. The old man can't do anything except reading, and he also disdains to do anything. Even the headmaster of the academy can't do anything to him. Besides, he is very grumpy. As long as someone disturbs his reading, he will be very unhappy. After such a long time, no one in the back mountain pays attention to him. Even eldest brother, who has the best temper, doesn't want to deal with this person." Ning Kei looked at the old man behind the mountain of books and said sympathetically, "This is probably because reading is pedantic. You're too polite. Churn Pippi shook his head and said, after the old man refused the headmaster of the academy's request to take him to cultivate, second brother once said that this man has become an idiot because of reading. Ning Ke smiled, but the smile froze on his face in an instant. He turned back to look at Churn Pippi and asked hesitantly, wait? Today you specially brought me to see this old man who has become an idiot because of reading. Do you want to use this example to tell me that I have been studying talisman Taoism crazily these days, and I will eventually become an idiot like him if I go on like this? Just the opposite. Churn Pippi led him to the stone platform and said, although we all hate this old man, we also admire him very much. I brought you to see him because I want to tell you that you think you can look down on your peers with perseverance and diligence, but in fact there are many people in this world who can do it, and they can do it better than you. Ning Ke was a little confused and followed him to the stone platform. He suddenly thought of something and asked, besides this old man, is there anyone in the back mountain of the academy who has a higher seniority? Do we have an uncle? There used to be a youngest uncle who was said to be the most vigorous person in the world. Churn Pippi turned back and said, but unfortunately, only eldest brother and second brother have seen him. On the stone platform, Churn Pippi bowed to the old man behind the mountain of books and said with a smile, scholar, long time no see. Ning Ke followed him and bowed. He couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard the title of scholar. The scholar turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't see them coming to him. Churn Pippi said loudly again, scholar? Long time no see. His voice came from the side of the building into the cliff cave. After several echoes, it seemed to be particularly clear and loud, which scared the birds who were busy building nests or doing other household chores above the cliff cave and made them fly all over the sky and scream. Only then did the scholar wake up. He raised his head in confusion and looked at the two people who had appeared in front of the desk. Suddenly, his expression stiffened and his eyes revealed a look of disgust. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing here again? Go away. Don't disturb my reading again." Churn Pippi glanced at Ning Ke and shrugged his shoulders. Then he said to the scholar with a smile, "I brought my younger brother here to show you. What's there to see? Your younger brother is not a book." The scholar reached out and wiped the floating gray hair on his face to the back. He looked at Churn Pippi and said angrily, "Last time you said that the academy wanted to accept a younger brother and that an elder should be present to show solemnity. You had to trick me to stay on the top of the mountain for a whole night. Why is there another younger brother this time? Do you want to trick me to stay on the top of the mountain for a whole night again? Oh God! Oh Earth!" He looked at Churn Pippi as if he had killed his father. His expression was extremely disgusted and his eyes were full of hidden bitterness. He shouted, "Do you know how many books I have to read in one night?" Churn Pippi said angrily, "You brought 7 books to the top of the mountain that day. Are they not enough for you to read? There is no light on the top of the mountain. The starlight on the top of the mountain is brighter than the light. Reading is either done with sunlight or light. How can the starlight be used? Why can't the starlight be used? I don't feel anything. Is it a book or a feeling that you are reading? Idiot! Of course you have to feel something when reading to be happy. Idiot! You can feel something when you are in love under the starlight. Why can't you feel anything when reading?" The two were shouting and spitting at each other by the desk. Ning Ke had long been dumbfounded listening to them. At this time, he believed that the scholar was really the kind of person who was pedantic and that the senior brothers in the backyard of the academy really did not respect this person. The scholar was so angry that his face turned red and his chest kept heaving. He was old and weak, so he was obviously no match for Churn Pippi in a quarrel. Moreover, he quickly realized that Churn Pippi specially came to quarrel with him today. His purpose was very obvious, which was to distract him from reading. He thought that he had guessed Churn Pippi's sinister intention, so how could he let him succeed? I don't want to talk to you any more, he said sadly. How can I finish so many books if I don't hurry up? Do you know what you are doing? You are killing my life and destroying my life. After saying this, the scholar really ignored Chen Pippi's verbal attack and lowered his head to concentrate on reading and copying books. Ning Ke looked at the densely packed books on the bookshelves in the building and frowned slightly. He said, although there are many books here, if he concentrates on reading, he can finish them in a few years. Even with the books in the old library of the academy, it should not make him so miserable. Hearing this, Chen Pippi shook his head with a bitter smile and led him to the cliff cave. The cliff cave was strangely kept dry. There were some faint cracks in the rocks at the top, so it did not seem dark. There were even some unknown trees in the cave, with birds flying around and singing in the treetop. Ning Ke's eyes looked around the cave and then fell on the cliff wall. His body suddenly became stiff and he could no longer speak. There were many wooden shelves on the cliff. It looked like a bookshelf that had been magnified countless times. There were no nests, no treasures, no statues, no potted plants on these wooden shelves. There was only one thing. That was books. Innumerable books. A whole cliff wall of books. Books all over the mountain and wilderness. Since the academy was founded, it has never stopped collecting books. For thousands of years, it has collected countless books from ancient times to today. All of them are here. Therefore, the pain of a scholar is actually really painful. Chen Pippi glanced at Ning Ke and looked at the densely packed books on the cliff wall that were tens of meters high. He sighed and said, if knowledge can be measured by the number of books, then at least 7 out of 10 knowledge in the world is in the academy. In Ning Ke's eyes, the whole cliff wall of books was as shocking as the sea of ink standing up on the mountain road. It was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. After a long time, he barely woke up. He climbed up along the steep ropeway on the edge of the cliff cave and came to the third layer of the cliff wall bookshelf. He walked along the wooden board that could only allow one person to pass through for more than 10 meters. Then he stopped and looked back at the densely packed books close at hand. Gradually, a strong doubt arose in his heart. If these books had been collected since thousands of years ago, why were they only slightly yellowed and not weathered after such a long time? What was even more strange was that there was not much dust on these open-air books. Chen Pippi probably guessed his doubt and said with a smile, when you reach a certain state, you will probably know that it is actually very easy to remove dust. You only need to lift your finger and the wind in the cliff cave will do it for you. Ning Ke suddenly understood and then suddenly thought that if Sang Sang could cultivate, wouldn't it be much easier for her to do housework? As he thought about it, he randomly took out a book and found 4 words written on the cover, miscellaneous notes of the 2 capitals. Thinking that it might be a scholar's notebook, he opened it and didn't expect to see such words as white buttocks, whipping, spitting tongue, and newly peeled. He couldn't help but become slightly stiff. He asked in surprise, "You even collect erotic books?" Chen Pippi replied, "The headmaster of academy said that it is beneficial to read books. How can you judge a book by its theme? You have dog sh*t in your heart and see everything as dog sh*t. Your heart is full of lust, and you can also be distracted by the 7 tomes of arcane. Just don't read them as erotic books." Looking at the solemn expression on his fat face, Ning Ke couldn't help but feel great admiration and sincerely asked, "Then what do you think you're reading?" "Me?" Chen Pippi waved his sleeves and calmly said, "My state is not high enough and I'm still at the stage of seeing mountains as mountains. Erotic books are naturally erotic books. This kind of thing doesn't need to be forced." Looking at him, Ning Ke sighed and said nothing more. The whole cliff wall and the seemingly endless books were undoubtedly a great treasure for a person who loved reading and even regarded reading as the only important thing in his life. But at the same time it was also a great sorrow. Because reading endless books in a limited life was after all an impossible task. Walking out of the cliff cave, Ning Ke looked at the old scholar who was holding a scroll, copying from time to time, chanting from time to time, sometimes sad, sometimes angry, and sometimes happy. Ning Ke found that he somewhat understood why the old scholar was so extreme and anxious. Walking to the desk, Ning Ke bowed deeply to the old scholar and sincerely asked, "Uncle, what should I do if I can't finish reading all the books? Don't you feel desperate? Why do you still keep reading?" He didn't call him a scholar like Chin Pippi, but called him Uncle Master instead. This was because he was older and had entered the mountain earlier. More importantly, Ning Ke had an inexplicable sense of respect for people who had perseverance to do things to the extreme. Perhaps he heard the sincerity in Ning Ke's tone, or perhaps he noticed that Ning Ke was similar to him in some aspects. The old scholar didn't impatiently wave his hand to drive him away this time, but slowly put down the scroll in his hand. He recalled, "I forgot when I started to study in the mountain, but I remember that when I was 20 years old, I thought it was possible for me to read all the books in the world." Ning Ke listened in silence. The scholar leisurely said, "But when I was 50 years old, I found that it was impossible. Because in the process of reading there were people in the world who kept writing books. And because of my old age and weakness, my reading speed became slower and slower. What was more terrible was that I forgot all the books I read when I was young." He looked at Ning Ke's eyes and smiled. "If you forgot all the books you read, how could you say that you have read them? So I had to pick up the books I had forgotten and read them again. And in order not to forget again, I began to extract." Ning Ke asked, "But wouldn't it be slower in this way?" "Yes." The scholar sighed and said, "So I have long known that I can't read all the books in the world in this life, even the books in the academy." Ning Ke slightly frowned and asked, "Then aren't you very disappointed?" "More than disappointed, completely desperate." The scholar shook his head and said, "On the day when I confirmed that I couldn't read all the books in the academy, I felt that the whole world had collapsed. I didn't want to eat or sleep, and I didn't want to read anymore." A person who could do nothing and didn't want to do anything except reading, unexpectedly didn't want to read anymore. It could be imagined how much the old scholar had suffered on that day. Ning Ke naturally thought of his mental state these days. After a moment of silence, he sincerely asked, "Uncle, then how did you pass that hurdle?" "Because I asked myself a question." The scholar said, "Do you like reading books or do you like reading all the books?" I didn't think for too long, and I got the answer. In the end, what I like is still studying. I am 102 years old this year, and I may close my eyes and never wake up again any day. But I can never be sure that I will die on that day. So as long as I keep reading, it doesn't matter if I can't finish reading. I can still comfort myself and confirm that I am doing what I want to do every minute and second before I die, which makes me happy and satisfied. Do you like cultivation or do you like killing people after reaching a certain realm? I need to think about this question carefully. Walking on the mountain road at the back of the mountain of the academy, Ning Ke recalled the conversation he had with the old scholar outside the cliff cave. He vaguely understood something very important. Listening to the music coming from somewhere on the cliff plateau, he slowly stopped walking. Chin Pippi, who had been silent for a long time, looked at him and asked, "Have you thought it through?" "I've thought it through. In the end, I still like to cultivate." Ning Ke listened to the melodious music and thought about these days in the academy's back mountain. The two Shixiang who were obsessed with chess and starving under the pine tree, the two Shixiang who were obsessed with zither and flute, the 11th Shixiang who had a head full of flowers and looked like a madman but was quiet and at ease, the Shirshu who studied outside the cliff cave until he was 100 years old and still danced with joy. He also remembered how he rolled around excitedly in the Min Mountain forest when his archery skills improved, how he screamed with joy when the wind of blades at the frontier fortress of Wei grew fiercer, how he smiled while leaning against the west window of the old library last year, and how he stood stiffly by the desk every night, everyone will encounter many problems. If you want to solve these problems, you must concentrate on doing it, which requires the craziest enthusiasm. But this kind of enthusiasm is not the weight of a mountain on your shoulders, but the joy that you most yearn for in the depths of your heart. Ning Ke looked at the beautiful Academy's back mountain and said, I used to be obsessed, but these days I forgot that the essence of obsession is like. There is no false hope, so naturally there is no false disappointment, let alone despair. Life is like a question. There are all kinds of obsession, all kinds of likes. Do whatever you like, then I think there will be an answer to this question. Amended 201112192341. Wish you all a happy Monday. P.S. This really makes me speechless. In this revised version, I've deleted some superfluous words, and it's 30 words less than the original chapter. In the end, there's no way to change it. Only now do I understand. It turns out that every time I edit it, there's at least one more word than the original chapter. I have no choice but to type a few more words here. Anyway, I have deleted from 6,760 to 6,720, so there is no problem with money. The key is that I have spent more than half an hour on this matter, which is really a loss. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 176. Chin Pippi sincerely praised him. That's a good sentence. Ning Ke shrugged and said, I often say beautiful words that even I don't expect. The two looked at each other and then laughed. The melodious music floating on the cliff platform had stopped. Ning Ke got a temporary answer to the problem of obsession and happiness in life, and he was no longer as anxious and impetuous as before. He and Chin Pippi walked down the hill side by side, wondering if they should go to the old library for a nap. After returning to Lin 47th Street, perhaps he could take Sang Sang to go shopping and relax. Unexpectedly, the dense forest beside the road shook, and two people came out of it. Fortunately, there were two people who appeared, so it could not be the most helpless and painful 11th senior brother. Unfortunately, these two people were carrying a zither and a flute in their arms. Their academy uniforms were wide and large. They were Baigong and Shimin, the two senior brothers who were obsessed with music. Youngest brother, I saw that you didn't nod frequently when listening to the song yesterday, so I guessed that there must be something wrong with the song. Ninth brother Baigong Weiyang's eyes were also bloodshot. He pulled Ning Ke's sleeve enthusiastically and said, Last night, Shimin and I stayed up all night and made some adjustments to the 3 connecting bars of the song. We are satisfied with it, but it's a song made by ourselves after all. It doesn't count if you're deaf and blind. We still need you to appreciate it. 10th brother Shimin Buwa held the zither and said sincerely, Youngest brother, thank you for your hard work. Chin Pippi looked at Ning Ke sympathetically and thought that Ning Ke had just figured out those things on the spiritual level, but the chores around him were bothering him. As the youngest person in the back mountain of the academy, it was so painful that it made him want to cry. Ning Ke was slightly stunned. He looked at the two senior brothers in front of him and thought of the old man who was focused on reading beside the cliff cave. After a moment of silence, he smiled and bowed with hands folded in front and said calmly, Two senior brothers, please forgive me for not listening to the song today. What can you do if you don't listen to the song? Are those guys asking you to play chess and debate? Baigong Weiyang flicked his sleeves and said unhappily, Little brother, don't make things difficult for yourself. I will stand up for you. Don't they know how precious your time is? Hearing this, Ning Ke couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, Ninth brother, I won't listen to music or play chess today, nor will I accompany 11th brother in his mental wandering. I just want to have a good sleep. Baigong Weiyang widened his eyes and asked in confusion, Little junior brother, why aren't you listening to music? Ning Ke replied gently, Because I don't like it. Baigong Weiyang was stunned. Stroking the bamboo flute in his hand, he said in distress, "I can't. You seemed very happy listening to it the last few times." Ninkei said with a smile, "That's to make my two senior brothers happy. In fact, I'm not that happy myself." Senior brother Shimanbuhua interrupted, "Little junior brother, you kept nodding your head while listening to the music." Ninkei sighed and said, "I was so sleepy that I wanted to sleep." Chen Pippi couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the conversation between Ninkei and his two senior brothers. He gently pulled Ninkei's sleeves and pulled him aside. He reminded him in a low voice, "How can you talk to your senior brothers like this? Don't say it if you don't like it." Ninkei looked at him and said in distress, "But I'm telling the truth." At this moment, a calm and serious voice came from the top of the mountain path. Hearing this voice, both the two senior brothers who were in a daze and Chen Pippi, who was ready to continue to criticize and remind Ninkei, became more obedient in an instant. "Don't listen to it if you don't like it. Speak the truth and deal with things straightforwardly. That's what a gentleman should do." Second brother, who was wearing an ancient crown, walked down from the top of the mountain path with a solemn expression. He nodded slightly and greeted his junior brothers. Then he said with an undisguised expression of admiration, "Little junior brother is quite a gentleman. You should learn from him." Hearing the praise, Ninkei was stunned. This was the first time that he was associated with such a strange creature as a gentleman. Second brother looked at him with a smile and nodded. Then he stopped smiling and looked seriously at Chen Pippi and the other two junior brothers. He said in a low voice, "From today on, no one is allowed to disturb little junior brother's cultivation. Otherwise, I'll punish you according to the academy rules." His voice was not very loud, but it seemed to have a substantial existence. It did not dissipate even though it floated far away. Along with the mountain forest wind, it quickly spread through the whole back of the mountain and spread to the lake pavilion under the pine trees and flowers. All the junior brothers and sisters could hear it clearly. Beigong Weiyang and Shimanbuhua agreed with a bitter face, but they could not help sneaking a glance at Ninquebec. They were probably still regretting that they had finally found a junior brother who was sensitive to the beauty of rhythm, but he was taken away by second brother. Eldest brother ranked first in the back of the mountain of the academy. However, eldest brother's temperament was extremely gentle. The junior brothers and sisters were close to him without fear. What they really respected was this upright and serious second brother. As long as second brother said it, no one dared to disobey. Thinking that Ninkei would not need to be bothered by these senior brothers and sisters from now on, and thinking of his bloody life when he just entered the back of the mountain, Chen Pippi was very envious of his luck. He was a little angry and unreconciled. He looked at second brother and asked seriously, "Senior brother, the array of the cloud gate is now being repaired, and seventh sister needs Ninkei's help every day. What do you think?" There was an unfinished meaning in his words, which implied that he was up to no good. Ninkei glared at Chen Pippi, and Chen Pippi looked back at him proudly. However, he did not feel proud for long. The next moment, he heard second brother's words and understood that talking too much often brought great misfortune to people. "The array of the cloud gate has not been repaired yet? What has seventh sister been doing in the past 6 months? Practicing the array. Well, it is indeed a little troublesome. Little junior brother has just entered the sect and has no time to waste on these things. Pippi, I remember that you repaired the array of the cloud gate with seventh sister the year before last. Since you have experience, you have to work hard this year." Chen Pippi opened his mouth wide and wanted to cry but had no tears. "Little junior brother, come with me." Second brother put his sleeves behind his back and walked down the mountain slowly. Ninkei patted Chen Pippi's shoulder sympathetically and caught up with him. In the chat with Chen Pippi and other senior brothers and sisters, Ninkei knew that second brother was an extremely proud and serious person. He was very strict to himself and others, so he was a little afraid of him. However, Today second brother solved a big problem for him, so his impression of second brother suddenly changed. He felt that second brother was definitely the most lovely person in the world. The psychological state would definitely affect the reality. He followed second brother slowly to the mirror lake on the cliff plateau. Looking at second brother's old-fashioned posture and the rigid taste of the same distance in every step, all changed into admirable rigorous self-discipline. Even the high crown on second brother's head, which was like a washing stick, became a lot more noble at this time. Second brother suddenly sighed with emotion and said, "Your state is really too low." Hearing second brother's words in front of him, Ning Ke quickly quickened his pace and came behind him. He answered honestly, "Yes. The back of the mountain of the academy has no experience in the education of disciples in the no-doubt state." Second brother shook his head slowly and said, "Although eldest brother was still in the initial state when he entered the academy, he was taught by the headmaster himself. But now the headmaster and eldest brother are still traveling outside, even I don't know how to teach you." Ning Ke was silent. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not too anxious because he thought that the headmaster and eldest brother would return to the academy one day. During the conversation, the two had already walked down the mountain road and came to the beautiful cliff plateau. Walking to the mirror lake, second brother glanced at the pavilion and the girl embroidering in the pavilion. He suddenly stopped and said after a moment of silence, "Although headmaster and eldest brother haven't come back yet, you're still a student of the academy. You have to follow what the academy has taught you. The dignified academy can't be defeated by yen sei. Tell me, what do you want to learn?" Entering the back of the mountain of the academy was like entering the world of cultivation. Ning Ke was very clear about what he would encounter. However, he was too busy these days and his spirit was too bad. In addition, the senior brothers and sisters in the back of the mountain were too absurd, so he completely forgot about this matter. Suddenly hearing second brother's question, he was surprised and a little confused. The way of cultivation was like the sea. What should he choose? After cultivating flying sword, he would be a sword master. After cultivating divine psyche, he would be a psyche master. Or should he choose martial arts cultivation? Or should he really find a toilet to cultivate the unprecedented bucket master? He suddenly thought of a very important question and asked hesitantly, "Senior brother, will there be any conflict between cultivating other things and talisman Taoism?" Second brother stood by the lake and shook his head. "All sects have the same principle. All streams will eventually return to the sea. You don't need to care about the beginning and the extreme cultivation. But you need to be careful in the middle. You have just started, so you don't need to think so much." Looking at second brother's back, Ning Ke frowned and thought for a long time, but he still could not make up his mind. If he thought for too long, he was worried that second brother would be impatient. Under such mental pressure, he suddenly remembered that apart from the military array masters he occasionally saw in the battlefield at the frontier fortress, the first cultivator he met in his life was the sword master at the entrance of Northern Mountain Road. The first cultivator he killed alone was the sword master in the lakeside house. Apart from the basic knowledge in the old library, the first book he read on cultivation methods was that book. And he liked the sword forest behind the meadow of the academy very much. "Senior brother, I want to learn Howren sword." Hearing this, second brother slowly turned around and looked at Ning Ke with a strange look. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he said with appreciation, "Howren sword is not the most wonderful method, but it is definitely the most suitable method for a man to learn." Hearing that second brother was going to teach the new youngest brother Howren sword, the back mountain of the academy, which had been quiet for a long time, finally ushered in a rare bustle. Those senior brothers and sisters who usually lived in different places all came out of their rooms under the pine trees and flowers. They stood everywhere on the cliff plateau and curiously looked at the two people by the mirror lake, pointing at them and whispering from time to time. Baigong Weiyang squatted under the bamboo forest and looked at the two who were talking by the lake. He could not help but shake his head and said, "What's so good about learning flying sword? It has no sense of beauty at all. What else can it do except to kill people?" Fifth brother and eighth brother came out of the bamboo forest with chess boxes in their arms. Fifth brother ruthlessly slapped Baigong's head and scolded, "The tiger is quite beautiful. Why don't you go to hug and kiss it? The difference between a man and a beast is not beauty, but wisdom. What future can he have if he learns to play the flute from you?" Fifth brother looked at the lake and shook his head disapprovingly, saying, "Youngest brother has really gone astray by learning flying sword from second brother. If he learns chess with us, even if he can't become a national player, he can at least gain some wisdom." Baigong Weiyang looked at him angrily and said, "Fifth brother, wisdom is not violence. You don't have to hit my head even if you don't agree with me." Fifth brother glared at him and said, "I am your senior brother. Are you not convinced that I hit you?" Baigong Weiyang moved aside and muttered, "Of course I am. How dare I not? But since it is second brother who wants youngest brother to learn flying sword, don't complain here." Not to mention those who looked gloomy all over the cliff plateau, some of whom, like 11, beat their chests and stamped their feet, thinking that their youngest brother had been led astray by second brother. Second brother and Ning Kei were having a serious conversation by the Mirror Lake, wrapped in the gentle wind of late spring. Although you have read Wu Zhanyang's theory on Haoran sword, this monograph was written by Mr. Wu, a former sage of the Academy in his later years. Its main purpose is to explore the interaction and conflict between Haoran sword and heaven and earth. Second brother looked at Ning Kei and said, "This book focuses more on the Tao outside the Tao, which is not something you can fully grasp with your current state. So since you want to learn Haoran sword, you have to learn from the most basic things." Ning Kei bowed with hands folded in front and said, "Second brother, please enlighten me. Flying sword is a sword that can fly without human control." Second brother said calmly. Second brother is really good at talking nonsense. Ning Kei couldn't calm down and thought silently in his heart. Controlling the chi of heaven and earth with psyche power, touching and controlling the sword body invisibly, and moving the sword around the body is the simplest way of flying sword. The power of flying sword lies in 3 points. The strength of the sword master's psyche power, the amount of chi of heaven and earth that can be controlled, the strength of the connection with the sword body, the strength of the sword body itself, and the subtlety of the flying sword body. You are still in the no-doubt state, but you can already touch and even control foreign objects, which shows that your psyche power is strong enough and the connection with foreign objects is good. But there is another point based on talent, that is, the amount of chi of heaven and earth that you can control. Second brother looked at his eyes and said calmly, "You can see the amount of chi of heaven and earth that a sword master can control as an invisible rope in his hand. The more chi of heaven and earth you can control, the stronger and longer the invisible rope will be. Only a rope that is strong and long enough can drive the sword body to fly a longer distance without worrying about getting out of control." Ning Kei said, "I understand." Second brother looked at him and said, "The so-called swordsmanship is actually a different way of controlling the chi of heaven and earth with psyche power to control the sword body. The Haoran sword would rather take the straight than seek the crooked one. It emphasizes on having a firm heart and a firm will. You can use the sword without hesitation and break all obstacles. As for how to do it, you should listen to the Haoran sword tactics that I will teach you." "Thank you, senior brother. Do you remember it?" "I remember half of it." "Then I will say it again." "Yes." Ning Kei suddenly felt that this dialogue was very familiar and thought that he had to answer that he had forgotten all of it later. Then second brother brushed his academy uniform and laughed loudly, saying, "Little younger brother, you have understood it. Then go to the dark side and kill all the thieves." Second brother frowned and asked, What about now? Ning-Kay came to his senses and of course did not dare to answer like that. He answered honestly, I remember all of it. Second brother's eyebrows gradually relaxed and he praised, little younger brother's comprehension is really excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand in the spring breeze by the lakeside and a short and thin wooden sword without a handle appeared in his hand. He handed the hiltless wooden sword to Ning-Kay and said, I have said before that we should start from the most basic. Show me your sword first. Ning-Kay took the hiltless wooden sword and felt a little cold in his fingers. For a moment, he was a little confused. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Okay. The disciples of the second floor of the academy who were watching around the mirror lake saw that Ning-Kay was finally going to show his sword. They all stood up and watched with curiosity on their faces. Although at this moment they still insisted that it was a very wrong choice for Ning-Kay to learn the flying sword, which was neither beautiful nor wise to kill people, they were also very curious about Ning-Kay's level. Ning-Kay slowly closed his eyes and felt the weight of the hiltless wooden sword in his hands. He felt that the originally light wooden sword was getting heavier and heavier. The psyche power in his sense of perception was driven out of his body and blended with the surrounding chi of heaven and earth. It vaguely touched the place where the wooden sword was and then wrapped the chi of heaven and earth around it according to the method taught by second brother. Ning-Kay opened his eyes and looked at the hiltless wooden sword in his hand. He shouted in a low voice and the psyche power in his sense of perception gushed out. The chi of heaven and earth wrapped around the sword suddenly tightened and then violently vibrated. In the spring breeze by the mirror lake, a thin hiltless wooden sword trembled and flew up. The thin hiltless wooden sword flew very slowly and trembled uneasily, as if it was extremely frightened. The wooden sword moved slowly in the air, and it was very difficult and strenuous to fly. Moreover, the wooden sword moved without any regular trajectory. One moment it was on the right side of Ning-Kay's body, and the next moment it was on the left side of Ning-Kay's body. One moment it jumped up, and the next moment it was about to fall into the lake. The wooden sword stopped in the air, and looked like an old woman with small feet without a sense of direction. The disciples of the back of the mountain of the academy, who were watching by the lake, opened their mouths wide, and could not close them for a long time. The embroidery needle between seventh sister's fingers in the pavilion at the center of the lake fell into the lake and was swallowed by a greedy golden carp. Baigong Weiyang stood at the edge of the bamboo forest and looked at the hiltless wooden sword in the air by the lake. He said with a serious expression, I think the sword will feel ashamed to use the word fly to describe this sword. Chen Pippi, who was standing not far away, lowered his head in shame and did not want to admit that the person by the lake was his friend. The hiltless wooden sword flew back, trembling. Ning-Kay opened his eyes wide and saw that it was about to fall. He stretched out his hand like lightning and caught it in his hand. He could not help but feel a little scared. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and turned to second brother and asked excitedly, Senior brother, what do you think of me? The excitement on his face was genuine. In fact, in order to suppress the pride in his heart, he had already used a lot of strength, because he had already given it his all. Moreover, this was indeed the best flight he had ever flown, if things like silver were excluded. Second brother looked at him in a daze and said after a long silence, Youngest brother, you still can't cultivate your natal item. It's not easy for you to do this. Practice slowly and try your best. You will succeed. After saying this, second senior brother left the lake without looking back. Ning-Kay looked at second brother's back in shock, and then noticed that those senior brothers and sisters by the lake began to drill into the forest again, and shook their heads as they walked. He grabbed sixth brother, who did not have time to leave because he was fetching water, and asked, Senior brother, what do you mean? After thinking for a long time, sixth senior brother gave a silly smile and replied in a low voice, Little junior brother, second senior brother, has always been very straightforward, but he spoke to you so tactfully today. It seems that the situation is really not good. Senior brothers and sisters all left the lake and returned to their own dense forests under the pine trees and flowers. They began to play the zither and flute, play chess or play flowers in silence. No one laughed at Ning Ke and no one came to comfort him. Because in their eyes, Ning Ke's performance of the Howren sword by the lake was so absurd that they did not know what to say. Ning Ke stood silently by the lake for a while and finally got the answer that was closest to the truth from the attitude of senior brothers and sisters and the explanation of sixth brother. He could not help but feel bored. However, after a while, he could not help but laugh when he thought of second brother's previous hesitation. Then he continued to practice the sword movement of the Howren's sword while laughing. He had thought that it was a very good performance, but in the eyes of senior brothers and sisters on the second floor of the academy, it was so bad that it was speechless. This kind of psychological gap might be a great blow to ordinary people, but for Ning Ke, especially now, it was nothing at all. Therefore, by the mirror lake at the back of the mountain of the academy, a wooden sword without a handle like an old woman with small feet flew up from time to time. It flew tremblingly, it flew in panic, it flew aimlessly, or it moved. Sometimes it fell to the ground, and sometimes it almost stabbed Ning Ke himself. Once it even flew directly into the lake, and he had to get wet to catch it. Ning Ke kept practicing until the psyche power in his sense of perception was squeezed out. Then he stopped panting and sat on a rock by the lake. He held a handful of cool lake water and sprinkled it on his face, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. Chun Pippi, who had finished repairing the tactical array of the cloud gate today, came to the lake. He looked at Ning Ke's pale face and suddenly said, after a moment of silence, "There are some things that can't be solved by risking one's life." Ning Ke looked up at the blue sky and white clouds and said with a smile, "In the past, you said that cultivation is a gift from Hautyin and we can't force it. If we can't cultivate, we can't cultivate. But at least I can cultivate now." Chun Pippi shook his head and said, "But if you always try so hard, how can your body bear it?" "I don't try so hard. I just like it." Ning Ke glanced at him and picked up the hiltless sword beside him. He waved it casually in the air and said with a smile, "One day, I will make this sword become a flying sword." Recommendation votes and monthly vote. I shout with a hoarse voice. Now I realize that I really have to fight for these things. Just saying that I like them is not enough. Give them to me, give them to me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation votes and monthly vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 177. The old brush pen shop had a front shop and a backyard, but the place was too small. It was too dangerous to use the old woman's flying sword here. It didn't matter if the flowers and plants were hurt, but did he want Sang Sang to wash the rice and cook with the big black umbrella? So Ning Ke didn't practice his swordsmanship after returning to Lin 47th Street. He stood in front of the desk again, dipped the brush in ink, and stared at the snow-white book paper. Today he didn't stare blankly like a statue. He took deep breaths from time to time, paced back and forth, raised his eyebrows, and even faintly heard him humming a tune. The brush in his right hand was not as heavy as it was a few days ago, but hung in the air easily and drew at a distance. Although he still didn't write, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Sang Sang cut the pumpkin into vertical strips and put them on the rice bowl to steam. She entered the inner room to untie her apron and saw this scene. She curiously watched Ning Ke circling the desk and drawing in the air with the brush in his hand. After a while, she felt a little dizzy and said while covering her forehead, "Young master, I'm really itchy. Let's try writing a few lines." Ning Ke stopped jumping and said with a smile, "You know it won't work. Why bother trying?" Sang Sang wiped her wet hands and said with a smile, "Even if it doesn't work, I can still sell some ink balls." Ning Ke laughed when he heard this. Sang Sang suddenly realized and looked at Ning Ke in surprise. She wondered what happened today. Young master didn't become an idiot when he picked up the brush and still had the energy to chat with her. Then Ning Ke ate with her. After dinner, he asked her to make a pot of tea and moved the armchair to the small courtyard. They sat and chatted while watching the stars, drinking tea and chatting. He seemed to be extremely relaxed and happy. When the lights were turned on at night, he walked into the room, took off his coat and leaned against the bed. He took out a book from nowhere and read it attentively. His eyebrows were slightly raised from time to time and his fingers were rubbing slowly. Sang Sang walked into the room with water to wash his feet. She couldn't help feeling puzzled as she thought of the many strange things that happened tonight. After living together for so many years, she knew very well that Ning Ke would work hard like a few days ago when he was stuck in a difficult problem. She really couldn't understand why he suddenly became so relaxed today. Could it be that he was desperate to solve that problem? Young master, what book are you reading? She looked at the old book in Ning Ke's hand and asked. Ning Ke was stunned by her question. He glanced at the erotic book that he had secretly brought out from the cliff cave at the back of the mountain of the academy. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and turned around to avoid her gaze. He said, "You're still too young to read those things between men and women." Sang Sang took off his shoes and socks, then moved a stool to sit on the other side of the basin. She patted his thigh and motioned him to put his feet in the basin. She said, "It's just some romantic stuff between scholars and beauties. What's there to see?" Ning Ke said with a smile, "You don't understand the beauty of this. Ouch! It's so comfortable. Don't scratch my feet." On the cliff plateau at the back of the academy, the fog had faded and the scenery was quiet and elegant. The water wheel behind the house was spinning and the dull sound of iron striking could be heard from time to time in the house. Then with a sizzling sound, the room was filled with water mist. In a dark corner, fourth brother was observing the direction of the talisman lines on the sand table by the glimmer of light from the window. When the steam came to his face, he slightly frowned and waved his hand to disperse it. But his eyes were still fixed on the sand table, and he looked extremely focused. Those inexplicably complicated and inexplicable lines on the sand table moved slowly, following some indescribable law and extending toward each other. When they finally touched each other, the lines changed again and were about to combine into a new pattern. Fourth brother's eyes became brighter and brighter, but his face became paler and paler. Looking at his dignified expression, it could be seen that this talisman deduction had reached the most critical moment. However, at this moment, there was a panicked cry on the cliff plateau outside the house, followed by a faint sound of breaking wind. A gray shadow of a sword flew into the door crookedly. The sixth senior brother, who was concentrating on smithing, suddenly raised his thick eyebrows. His right hand picked up the heavy iron hammer as if he was holding a piece of paper and smashed it towards the sword shadow. This smash was indescribably heavy, as if it was light and wonderful to the extreme. It was absolutely impossible to swing such a delicate and accurate hammer without dozens of years of smithing with the hammer day after day. However, because of the controller's panic and terrible ability, although the gray shadow of the sword was extremely slow, it flew crookedly and irregularly. Because of its irregular speed, it seemed a little elusive. Sometimes it raised its head up like the proud second brother, and sometimes it hovered in the air and swayed like the philosophical 11th brother. It really did not take the usual path. It randomly and coincidentally avoided the swing of sixth brother's iron hammer and flew to the dark corner with a swoosh. With a snap, the handleless flying sword hit deeply into the sand table in the corner. The sword body slightly trembled, and the tip of the sword accurately hit the intersection of the talisman lines. It could be seen that those lines suddenly broke inch by inch like a freed rope, no longer in the same situation as before. Holding the iron hammer, sixth brother glanced at the sand table in the corner and smiled honestly. Then he turned around and continued to forge iron. Fourth brother, who had been concentrating on the sand table and did not notice the flying sword at all, finally reacted at this time. Looking at the broken lines on the sand table, his face suddenly became extremely pale, and his body violently trembled because of anger. A figure appeared at the door, panting and smiling obsequiously. "Senior brothers, I'm sorry." Fourth brother suddenly turned around and stared at the clean and lovely face at the door, as if he had seen the dirtiest and most abominable thing in the world. His pale face suddenly turned red, and he heavily hit the sand table and roared, "Ning Ke! Can you find a place where there is no one? This is the third time. If there is a next time, I will tear you apart." As the saying goes, people make mistakes, horses make mistakes, and the headmaster of academy also has times when he is hungry. I just started to cultivate Howren's sword, so it is understandable that I made some mistakes. I really don't understand why fourth brother is so angry. Ning Ke walked along the lake with the wooden sword and muttered, "Fortunately, sixth brother didn't hit the sword with his hammer, or the sword would have been smashed, and I would have to ask second brother for it." His ability to control the flying sword was really terrible now. He had 10 acupoints in the ocean of Qi and mountain of snow, but he could only control a little Qi of heaven and earth. The transmission was not smooth, so his command of the grassroots troops was naturally very poor. It was basically wishful thinking for him to attack wherever he wanted, and it was common for him to point here and there. Bypassing the Mirror Lake, he came to a dense forest, across the lake from sixth brother's iron-making room. He thought that with his state of cultivation, even if he exploded his small universe, he could not fly the sword to the other side of the lake. His heart suddenly calmed down and he adjusted his breath. After a moment of meditation, he urged his psyche power, and the wooden sword spread out in both hands flew into the air again and slowly circled around his head twice. Looking up at the flying sword dancing against the blue sky, Ning Ke felt extremely satisfied and murmured in admiration, "This feeling is really good. Although I can't use it to kill people, it is also good to use it to perform magic tricks." Just as he was thinking about this, the hiltless flying sword instantly broke away from the control of his psyche power. With a sudden sound, it rushed down from the sky, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at his face. He was so scared that he hugged his head and directly lay on the ground, extremely embarrassed. Before the flying sword was about to land, it was not known whether it had received the response of his psyche power or some other reason, but it strangely shook itself forcibly and flew up again. With a swoosh, it brushed his scalp and flew diagonally into the dense forest. Lying on the ground, Ning Ke stretched out his fingers to pinch a sword formula, and found that the flying sword had broken away from the perception of his sense of perception. He climbed up while cursing, "This disobedient little thing." At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the dense forest. Ninth brother Baigong Weiyang came out with one hand covering his forehead, and the other hand holding the flute and the flying sword. He looked very miserable. Ninth brother walked up to Ning Ke and looked at him expressionlessly. Then he pointed to his forehead, picked up the flute and gently tapped the wooden sword twice, and said with a dignified expression, "Youngest brother, you don't have this talent, so don't force yourself. If you continue to practice like this, it doesn't matter if you hurt us senior brothers and sisters, but if you scare away the birds in the forest, do you want to listen to our flute and zither music?" Ning Ke held back his laughter and stepped forward to take the wooden sword. Suddenly he thought of something and said with a smile, "Ninth brother, if there are no birds in the forest to listen to the wonderful music, then why don't you play a song for me?" In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, seventh sister was embroidering while humming a soft and pleasant southern song. Suddenly, she slightly raised her eyebrows and turned her wrist. The thin embroidery needle pinched between her fingers made a horrible air-breaking sound, and very accurately flicked away the wooden sword that flew out of nowhere near her right cheek. With a clap, the wooden sword fell into the lake and sank to the bottom. Ning-Kei ran to the lakeside, panting, and waved to her in the pavilion. He said, "Seventh sister, can you help youngest brother to call the flying sword up? I have fished in the lake 3 times today, and I really have no clothes to change into." Seventh sister slightly frowned, looked at him and said, "I don't want to talk to you. The dignified Howren's sword has been practiced by you into a wasp's tail needle, which is so sinister and powerful. If it weren't for the people in the back mountain who have the ability to protect themselves, I'm afraid that they would really fall into your trap." Ning-Kei sadly said, "Seventh sister, this is not what I want. What can I do if it doesn't listen to me? I can't beat it." His words were really a little cute. Seventh sister covered her sleeves and smiled. Suddenly, her eyes rolled and her fingers slightly flicked. With a slight sound, Ning-Kei suddenly felt something extra on his collar. He looked down and saw a cold, shining thin needle piercing through his collar and stopping there, only a little bit more to stab into his neck. He raised his head to look at seventh sister in the pavilion in astonishment, thinking that she could still have such accuracy and strength from such a long distance. Her acupuncture skills were really terrifying. Seventh sister stood up and looked at him with a smile. She said, "You idiot! Since you can't control so much chi of heaven and earth, why do you have to learn flying sword? Isn't flying needle the same?" Ning-Kei stood at the lakeside in a daze. "The needle is too thin. It is too difficult to use psyche power to control the chi of heaven and earth like silk. The most important thing is that it is a little thing smaller than a flying sword. If I want to feel and control it, I need to have a high degree of precision. I can't just try again. The tip of the wooden sword is polished. Even if the needle is polished, it will still hurt when it stabs someone. If I really stab one of the senior brothers, they will definitely not be like the goose who hit me twice and let it go." In the pine forest at the back of the mountain of the academy, Ning-Kei stared at the thin needle between his fingers and muttered to himself. He shuddered when he thought that the big white goose raised by second brother had been stabbed in the butt and chased him for half of the mountain. "Rest. I have to rest for a while." He stood up from under the pine tree and walked deeper into the forest. His nose twitched slightly as he smelled the faint smell of oil. He easily found his 2 senior brothers who were deep in conversation under an ancient pine tree. "Senior brother, play chess with me." Fifth brother saw who it was and his face became extremely ugly. He said in shock, "Youngest brother, how did you find us?" Ning-Kei answered honestly, "Youngest brother has learned to hunt in Min Mountain since he was a child. It is easy to find a person in the mountain." The 5th senior brother glanced at the guy opposite him, whose face was also ashen, and said in a trembling voice, "8th junior brother, I'm your senior brother. Since I can't escape today, you should take the task of playing chess with this lousy chess player." One day, Ning-Kei didn't practice Howren's sword. Instead, he obediently helped 6th brother in the iron house. From morning to evening, he didn't know how many times he had waved the iron hammer. Even with his strong body, he still felt sore all over. 6th brother untied the leather apron in front of his naked body, scooped up a ladle of water and handed it to him. He asked with a smile, "What is it?" "You can say it now." Ning-Kei poured the water into his stomach and let out a comfortable sigh. He said, "Senior brother, 7th sister suggested that I can try flying needles. But they are too light and not easy to control. So I want to ask if you have any solution. Although you are just in the no-doubt state, you should have some ideas about natal items, right?" 6th brother asked. Ning-Kei said in distress, "It's funny. Now I have a strong reaction to silver, but I can't take silver ingots as natal items." 6th brother was stunned. After a long silence he said, Then I give you some silver needles. Ning Kei's eyes lit up and said, Can you make it heavier? Sixth brother looked at him and said, It will be gold if it's heavier. Ning Kei said seriously, Although I haven't tried gold, I believe that my feeling towards it will definitely surpass my feeling towards silver. Sixth brother was silent again. After a long time, he said helplessly, Gold needles are too soft. I will find a way to mix something else for you. Ning Kei was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Then he suddenly thought of a possibility and his eyes became brighter. On the second day of a certain day, in a calligraphy and painting shop on Lin 47th Street in Chang'an City, a black-faced handmaiden threw pots and rags with a sullen face. She was in an extremely bad mood and decided to take out her private money to buy cosmetic powder in Chenjinji Cosmetics Store. And her young master, like a bad gambler, grabbed a pile of silver notes and went out. He exchanged them for silver and gold and returned to the back of the mountain of the academy happily. The coarse wrapping cloth was untied, and 3 padeos, which had been polished until they shone with a cold light, appeared in front of the 6th senior brother. Ning Kei stood beside the 3 padeos and looked at 6th brother with hope in his eyes. 6th brother looked at the padeos and the gold and silver beside them. After a long silence, he looked up at the excited Ning Kei and asked seriously, According to these things, I think, youngest brother, you are going to play with flying knives? Yes. Ning Kei rubbed his hands and said nervously, Senior brother, I'm good at bladesmanship. Since swords can fly, so can knives. And with your help, I believe it will be better than flying swords. 6th brother's expression finally became stiff. But have you ever seen such a big flying knife in the world? In Ning Kei's view, the enemy hated him, so their verbal attacks were nothing. Those smart people were best at talking, so their verbal attacks were also nothing. However, 6th brother was a simple and honest good man. His occasional verbal attacks had deeply hurt his self-esteem. Because he was a little depressed and hurt his self-esteem, Ning Kei decided to calm down and think about what to do in the future. So he went to the mountain road and went straight to the flowering trees. In the deep spring, he found 11th brother who was muttering to himself. Senior brother, do you have any new ideas recently? Tell me about them. Someone was flying a sword by the lake, smashing the flowers, grass and senior brother's heads, messing up the senior sister's embroidery, messing up the magical lines on the sand table, and messing up the green waves and wet grass in the water. A certain someone was flying needles in the forest, and a few wounds appeared on his body. Not long after, he could be seen being chased by a fat white goose, crying out in pain all over the mountains and plains. Someone was forging iron in the house with all kinds of strange materials at his feet, mainly gold and silver, supplemented by gems. 6th brother was silently sorting out the design for him, and his simple and honest face was full of grievances. In the late spring of the 14th year of Tianqi era, these scenes kept repeating in the back mountain of the academy. Until many years later, people living in the back mountain still felt a little scared when they thought of those days. That junior brother who had just entered the 2nd floor was practicing his lousy sword and his lousy needles, thinking of his lousy ideas, torturing his senior brothers and sisters, causing them to feel incomparably vexed. Have you been crazy lately? Chen Pippi put down the food box and looked at Ning Kei, who was still satisfied after losing 3 games of chess to 8th brother, and asked with emotion, What do you mean? Trying flying needles or flying knives? Ning Kei asked confusedly. Everything. Chen Pippi said angrily. You haven't even mastered the Haoran sword, and you haven't mastered the talisman Taoism from Master Yen Sei. How can you have so much energy to do so many strange things? It's always good to learn more. Why are you so anxious? Cultivation is about gradual progress, and the most important thing is to lay a good foundation. My aptitude is so poor that it's useless to lay a good foundation. It's better to learn more. Chen Pippi sighed and said, In my opinion, you'd better focus on talisman Taoism. Talisman Taoism is about comprehension and talent, not the foundation. Ning Ke asked curiously, "Why can't we learn together?" Chen Pippi frowned and said, "Greed is not a good thing for cultivation." Ning Ke said with a smile, "I have learned a truth since I was a child. Nothing can be achieved without greed." Chen Pippi was so angry that he laughed and said, "I just found out that you are such a stupid person, even more stupid than second brother. I won't tell second brother this. A bowl of crab porridge. That's impossible. Our family has been losing money too fast recently, and Sang Sang is already very unhappy." "Then, how much do you want?" 200 taels of silver. 200 taels of silver? Why do you need so many silver needles? Do you want to learn medicine and acupuncture? It's none of your business. Fine, fine, fine. Then I'll scold you more for being an idiot. Pippi, don't forget that the back of the mountain is the second floor of the academy. We are all on the second floor, so we are all idiot. Idiot Chen, do you have a problem with that? I have no problem with that. Chen Pippi looked at him as if he was looking at a madman and gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you do that for cultivation, why do you harass senior brothers every day? In the beginning, didn't you turn pale when you heard that you were going to listen to music and play chess? Why did you suddenly change your temper and go to listen to music and play chess every day?" Ning Ke answered with a smile, "I didn't like it at first because I didn't like to be forced to listen to music and play chess. Now that second brother has said that no one will force me, I can still do it if I want to. Senior brother Baigong's flute is really good. Where can I find a chance to play chess with the two national masters outside the academy? Doing some extracurricular activities as entertainment during cultivation can cultivate one's character. In the future, when I travel around the world, these things can be used to brag and shock people." Chen Pippi was dumbfounded. He held his chubby cheeks and asked, "What about 11th brother? Why are you bothering him?" 11th brother doesn't think I'm bothering him." Ning Ke approached him and said in a low voice, "Have you found that listening to 11th brother's mysterious questions can not only help you fall asleep, but also help you meditate?" That night, all the disciples of the second floor of the academy held a group meeting at the back of the mountain. Even the scholar in the small library in the cliff cave was called over. However, the old man was reading an old book and did not pay attention to what the people around him were saying. Ning Ke did not attend the meeting, not because he had returned home in Chang'an, but because the main topic of the meeting was to discuss how to deal with his current problem. "Don't you think youngest brother is miserable? Haoran's sword has become a wasp-tail needle. This is definitely not his wish, but his aptitude is like this, so he is forced to think of these messy ideas. I say you should be more tolerant. Although he smiles every day, I always feel that there are tears in his smile, and there is a shadow in his heart." The meeting was held in the courtyard where second brother lived. Seventh sister held an embroidery frame and sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the arhat bed. Her posture was very casual and natural, and it could be seen that she was not afraid of second brother. Hearing this, fourth brother, who had the most serious expression, frowned and said, "It's not a matter of tolerance. Will I really be angry with youngest brother? Now the main problem is how to help youngest brother solve his cultivation problems." Third sister, Yulian, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the room, smiled slightly, but did not say anything. Fifth brother frowned and said, "I think the first problem is to help youngest brother enhance his confidence. He now pesters me and eighth brother to play chess every day, and he still smiles no matter how badly he loses. It is obvious that he has lost and even become a little abnormal. This is not good." Everyone thought that it was indeed reasonable. Ninth brother gently knocked on his flute, and after a moment of silence, he looked somewhere and said, "Teacher and eldest brother are not here, and now second brother is the senior in the back mountain. To be honest, second brother's words on the day when we practiced swordsmanship by the lake were really hurtful. As the saying goes, if second brother sincerely praises youngest brother, I think you can restore his confidence in cultivating Howren's sword. Everyone looked at second senior brother, who was sitting in the middle. After a long silence, second brother said, I will not lie. This will be the most lovely and loving chapter since I opened the book at night. The more I write, the more I like the Academy, and I will like it until the end of this story. Starting from 6,000 tomorrow, I will start to supercharge myself. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 178. It was quiet in the small courtyard. After a long time, seventh sister suddenly sneered. However, she did not speak after laughing. Instead, she picked out the pine nuts from her handkerchief, peeled them, and blew the crumbs. After carefully sorting them, she handed them to third sister. Second brother slightly frowned and looked at her, asking, Youngest sister, what are you laughing at? Seventh sister threw the pine nuts into her mouth, and slowly chewed for a moment. She casually clapped her hands and slightly raised her eyebrows. She fearlessly looked into his eyes and said, Second brother really won't lie? Who lied to Prince Long Qing at the top of the cliff that night? After a moment of silence, second brother slowly replied, Is lying and lying the same thing? Forget it, I said. Churn Pippi looked at seventh sister and said angrily, Everyone knows second brother's temperament. He said he won't lie, so he won't lie. That night, I asked him for help to slow down Long Qing. What he said was not false. You didn't see how nervous second brother was at that time. His facial expression was quite calm, but the hard stones under the tree were all crushed into powder by him. Count on second brother to increase Ning Kei's confidence? That sneaky guy can see through it at a glance. Fourth brother said, The so-called confidence is still a little too mysterious. He can't practice Howren's sword, so we should start from specific means. The movement curve of flying sword is very easy to calculate. Although the relationship between air resistance and flying sword speed is a little complicated, it is not impossible to calculate. Ning Kei is excellent in math, so it should be easier for him to understand. No matter how you calculate, teach, or do, there is no way to solve youngest brother's most fundamental problem. That is, his ocean of qi and mountain of snow has only opened 10 acupoints, and the qi of heaven and earth that he can control is too weak. If this problem can't be solved, even if teacher and eldest brother go home and use magic means to help youngest brother enter knowing destiny state, it will be meaningless, because he will be the weakest knowing destiny state in the world. After a moment of silence, second brother looked at fourth brother and said, You and sixth brother first help him with those strange things. If he can't do it himself, he should pay more attention to the help of external help. Ninth brother suddenly shook his head and said, I think it is better to let youngest brother learn to play the flute and the zither from me and Shiman brothers, so that he can make a living after leaving the academy. 11th brother smiled and said calmly, Recently, youngest brother has often asked me about the knowledge of things. I think it is better to let him learn from me, which is helpful to his state of mind. 7th sister grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the windowsill and lowered her head to pick the plumpest melon kernels. She said with slight mockery, 11th brother, if I learn these useless things from you, what if youngest brother starves to death in the future? 11th brother looked at her and explained seriously, Little senior sister, my family is very rich in the south. In the future, I will inherit a large amount of family property. Even if little junior brother is a waste, I can support him for a lifetime. At this point in time, the topic of the meeting to help Ning Kei's youngest brother had gradually deviated to an unknown direction. Everyone in the room was talking at once, giving advice, discussing enthusiastically and debating fiercely. They were deeply concerned about Ning Kei's future livelihood and expressed that they could be responsible for Ning Kei's life. Even they were touched by their friendship as fellow disciples. Senior brothers and senior sisters, don't you think too much? Chen Pippi looked at the people in the room who were eating melon seeds, drinking tea and having a tea party. He rubbed the back of his head and said bitterly, I know better than you what kind of person Ning Kei is. Although he is an idiot in cultivation, he is not a real idiot. Don't tell me you haven't done anything? Ever since he entered the back mountain, all of us have been circling around him? Someone like him doesn't need us to worry about him. I dare say that even if all the people in the world died, including us in the room, he would not die, let alone starve to death. Hearing this, the people on the second floor of the academy were stunned. Thinking of the experience these days, their expressions became very interesting. Beigong Weiyang gently stroked his flute and said with a frown, That's true. When younger brother wants to listen to music, he goes into the woods and plays for us. When he doesn't want to listen, he resolutely refuses to listen. Why do I feel that I have become a singer in front of him? Fifth brother patted his thigh and shook his head, saying with emotion, he said he would play chess. Obviously, eighth brother and I just entered the middle game, but he dared to interfere and forced us to hold back our temper to guide him. Otherwise, he would really dare to throw away the chess pieces. In front of younger brother, we are just two village chess teachers who are not up to standard. Sixth brother looked at the thoughtful people and said with a simple and honest smile, Ning Kei treats me well. Although he often has some inexplicable ideas, he often helps me to forge iron and carry water, which saves me a lot of trouble. Second brother looked at the younger brothers who were complaining about their bloody and tearful history and slightly raised his eyebrows, saying, Ning Kei is the youngest younger brother. As his senior brothers, it is natural for you to take care of him. What's there to say about these things? Listening to second brother's admonition and looking at his serious expression, everyone in the room was shocked at the same time. They all bowed their heads and agreed. Even seventh sister, who had been very casual before, also put the melon seeds back on the windowsill. Although I despise Yen Sei's attitude of playing with the world, I have to admit that as the Minister of Offerings of the South School of Haotian, he is indeed the world's top class and even the most powerful divine talisman master. He is more powerful than people think. Second brother slightly lowered his eyes and looked at something in front of him. After a moment of silence, he continued to say in a low voice, Since younger brother is so talented and only suitable for the way of talisman Taoism, let him learn more from Yen Sei in the future. It was quiet in the room. Seventh sister raised her head and slightly frowned, saying, But younger brother is after all a member of the second floor of the academy. Now he can be regarded as the teacher's last disciple. But his cultivation is all taught by an outsider. How can it be spread out? Even if we are not afraid of the gossip of the world, will the teacher and eldest brother be disappointed with us when they come back? It was unknown whether the headmaster of the academy would be deeply disappointed when he returned to the academy with his eldest disciple after traveling and found that he had inexplicably gained a last disciple who was only in the no-doubt state and had an extremely poor cultivation aptitude. Moreover, the only ability this disciple could show was the means of talisman Taoism learned from Haotian Taoism. Anyway, Ning Kei was not disappointed. Although the Haoran sword was still like the snow covering the dogshit, he had adjusted his mentality very well. Besides studying in the back of the mountain of the academy these days, he would travel around Chang and with Master Yen Sei every few days. He approached the Tao of talisman Taoism in a relaxed and interesting way and lived a very fulfilling life. In those days at the end of spring and the beginning of summer in the 14th year of Tianqi era, the residents of Chang and could often see an extremely dirty old Taoist wandering around with a simple but extremely clean lad. The old Taoist took the lad through the streets and alleys to see the old and dilapidated buildings that had been inherited for hundreds of years. They went to various taverns to drink and occasionally spent the night in the cheapest brothel. Most of the time, they went to see the scenery that tourists must go to. When walking through the newly renovated block of Spring Breeze Pavilion, Yensei was full of emotion and said, "Although it is new, the original meaning has been lost. Fortunately, there is still this pavilion. Don't you think the curve of the pavilion's eaves is beautiful?" Ning-Kei walked in the streets where he once fought for a night and looked at the old Spring Breeze Pavilion at the corner of the street absent-mindedly. He woke up after hearing his master's words and carefully looked at the 4 slightly protruding lines above the pavilion's eave. After a long time, he doubtfully asked, "I can't tell what's beautiful about it. I just think it looks very harmonious. The place where the black tiles meet is slightly sunken and then raised, very smooth. That is the rain line." Master Yensei pointed at the eaves line and said, "The rain falls on the black tiles and flows down along the overlapping place of the tiles. It doesn't pass through the rain line, but the shape of the rain line implies the falling rain is slippery, so you will feel it is smooth." "Master, what does the rain line on the pavilion's eaves mean?" Ning-Kei asked. "This pavilion should have been built many years ago. Those craftsmen can't be talisman masters. Can they also understand the law of the chi of heaven and earth?" "What is the law?" "The law is a fixed rule of the operation of things. Those craftsmen who built Spring Breeze Pavilion may not have mastered the law of the operation of the chi of heaven and earth, but the knowledge of building eaves has been passed down for countless generations, so there is indeed some hidden wisdom in it." Master Yensei took him to the pavilion and said, "How does the rain walk? Why does it walk like this?" The craftsmen who built the pavilion don't know. Maybe their grandmaster only knows the answer to the first question, but not the second question. But it doesn't matter. The first step for human beings to learn from the heaven and earth is always imitation. If you imitate more, you will naturally practice the simplest truth, which is the undulating shape of the line, just like this eaves. Walking to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Master Yensei turned around and looked at Ning-Kei, saying, "The first step to practice talisman Taoism is imitation. I let you read the talisman classics left by the predecessors and carefully feel the subtle difference between the chi of heaven and earth, which is very similar to the building experience accumulated by the craftsmen for many years. However, they do it subconsciously and it takes several generations of time. But you have to take the initiative to grasp and feel it, and the less time, the better." After seeing Spring Breeze Pavilion, the master and the apprentice left the street and walked along the gray wall beside the courtyard to the distance. Stepping on the slightly protruding bluestone path, and looking at the gurgling water not far from his feet, Ning-Kei naturally remembered that rainy night. This ditch had been stained with blood, and these bluestone paths were full of mutilated corpses. Behind the gray wall was Chao Xiaoshu's mansion. Ning-Kei looked up and saw the green trees in the courtyard. Occasionally, he could hear people's voices. He wondered if Chao Xiaoshu's family still lived here, and where had he gone? Seeming to guess what he was thinking, Master Yensei, who was walking in front with his sleeves behind his back, asked with a smile. Chao Xiaoshu entered the knowing destiny state by looking at the calm lake. This kind of understanding and lucky chance is really rare. Even with Chao Xiaoshu's talent, if he had not been forced by His Majesty to stay in the dark mud of Chang'an for many years, I think it would be impossible for him to burst out such a brilliant brilliance. This was the first time for Ning-Kei to know that Chao Xiaoshu was a grand cultivator in the knowing destiny state. Thinking of the bloody scene behind the middle-aged man on that rainy night, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slowly, and there was an indescribable sense of pride and grandeur in his heart. "You should have seen Chao Xiaoshu's swordsmanship." "Yes, master." "What do you think is special?" "Very fast, like lightning." Ning-Kei thought of the crooked wooden sword flying by the lake in the back mountain of the academy, and felt very ashamed. Master Yensei looked at him with a smile and said, "Is there anything else?" Ning-Kei thought of one thing, but he licked his lips and did not say it. Because although Yen Sei was his master in talisman Taoism, that thing was very likely to be Chao Xiaoshu's trump card to save his life. This kind of thing should not be said to anyone. I didn't know that you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. Master Yen Sei looked at him with some surprise. Ning Ke smiled and replied, Brother Chao treated me well. After I left Chang'an, he was still concerned about my livelihood, and left me a large sum of silver every month. Even if he didn't care much for me, the silver would still weigh a lot. Yen Sei laughed and said, Chao Xiaoshu divided one sword into 5. I know this thing without you telling me. I just want to tell you that when the 5 pieces of sword shrouded the streets around him like shooting stars, have you ever thought that if it was his natal sword, why could it still be so obedient to him after it was divided into 5 pieces? Ning Ke really didn't think about this problem. After the bloody battle last spring, he didn't think about it because he didn't know what cultivation was at that time. The reason why he didn't think about it later was that he didn't think about it at all. At this time, when he was walking away from Spring Breeze Pavilion to the street, he suddenly heard his master's question and suddenly fell into meditation. Master Yen Sei was not a teacher who liked to embarrass his students with all kinds of questions so as to gain a great sense of scholarly superiority, vanity and sadistic pleasure. Glancing at Ning Ke, who was frowning and thinking hard, Master Yen Sei directly explained, Chao Xiaoshu's natal sword is divided into 5 small swords. The interaction between these 5 small swords depends on a kind of tactical array. And I have told you before that all tactical arrays can actually be regarded as a kind of transforming talisman, a big talisman that relies more on materials. Then he continued, Taoism's sword skills are talismans, Buddhism's emblematic gestures are also talismans, and these 2 kinds of talismans are infinitive. As for the decorations on the general's 100 battles armor, although most of them are fragments, they are also talismans. But this kind of talisman is infinitive. Ning Ke glanced at him and couldn't help but say with a wry smile, Master, I know you are the most powerful divine talisman master in the world, and I know every talisman master should have the deepest and most sincere feelings and love for talisman Taoism, but if what you said is true, does it mean that all the cultivation methods in the world can finally be attributed to talismans? This kind of statement is really too much, isn't it? Master Yen Sei stopped and turned back to ask confusedly, Too much? Too much? After hesitating for a moment, Ning Ke lowered his voice and said, Too narcissistic. Master Yen Sei laughed out loud, which attracted the attention of passers-by in the street. His laughter gradually stopped, and he looked at Ning Ke for a moment and seriously said, The most important thing in cultivation is to have the mind, to dare to think and to dare to admit. The long road is long. If you don't believe that you can go to the end, how can you cross those difficult and strange dangerous peaks on the road of cultivation? The more excellent a cultivator is, the more confident he will be, and the most excellent cultivators must be extremely arrogant, which is probably what you call narcissism. Ning Ke slightly opened his mouth, and couldn't say a word for a long time. He wanted to criticize what his master said was a fallacy, but after careful consideration, he felt that these words were very reasonable, especially when he thought of the 2 extremely narcissistic and proud guys, second brother of the academy and Chun Pippi. After leaving Spring Breeze Pavilion, they came to an open avenue from the eastern city through Shanmo Square. Not far away, the Yulin Royal Guards were patrolling on horses. There were fewer pedestrians on the street, and the environment was quiet and secluded along the banks of green trees and clear rivers. The towering imperial city not far away was clearly visible to the naked eye, and even some traces on the vermilion wall washed by the wind and rain could be seen. Master Yen Sei was not affected by the solemn atmosphere here at all. He still carried his sleeves and wore his old shoes, strolling slowly on the street, and didn't care about the vigilant and disgusted eyes of those Yulin royal guards. Ning Ke tried to hold back his laughter and followed him. Suddenly he remembered the part about carving talismans on armors in the previous conversation, and some introductions by Liu Qingchen on the journey last year. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurried to Master Yen Sei and said in a very respectful and gentle tone, "Master, I want to ask you for a talisman." Yen Sei turned back and asked, "Ask for a talisman? What happened to your family? Did you see something unclean and was pressed on the bed?" Ning Ke opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer, feeling very powerless. Master Yen Sei squinted his triangular eyes wretchedly and said, "Just kidding." Ning Ke sighed and said seriously, "I want to carve a talisman on my knife." After thinking for a moment, Master Yen Sei shook his head and said, "Some talismans can indeed be used without a talisman, master, such as sending messages, armors, and weapons. This kind of carving talismans is not rare, but after all it is not pure enough, and its power is not too great. As the saying goes, your own talisman is the best. If it is your personal weapon, you'd better keep it in the future." Ning Ke said with a bitter smile, "Then I don't know when I can get what I want." Master Yen Sei patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "I firmly believe in your talent in talisman Taoism. Now you just haven't seen through the window paper yet. Slowly feel it and you will find that there is always hope in front of you. Look over there carefully." "What's over there?" "Look by yourself." "Master, I only see a lot of trees." "What about behind the trees?" "Behind the trees is the sky." "What I want you to see is not these things." "Master, you don't want me to say that I see hope, do you?" "I really can't say such sour words." "Master, why don't you speak? In fact, in my opinion, it is really not suitable for you to play the role of a spiritual mentor, since you have such a temperament of seeing beauties as white bones in the world." "Ning Quebec, yes, master." "If you go on, I will use the grass talisman to make you unable to see things for the rest of your life." There was no hope in front of the master and disciple. They could only see a Taoist temple in the green forest at the foot of the imperial city. Master Yen Sei did not take Ning Ke into the Southern Gate Temple, because they were private master and disciple. After all, Ning Ke was a student of the academy, and it was very inappropriate for him to be too close to Haotian Taoism. "What I want you to see is the cornice of the sightseeing hall of the Southern Gate." Because of the previous conversation, Master Yen Sei's face was very ugly, and his tone was very stiff. Ning Ke looked up and saw the cornice of the main hall of the Taoist temple in the blue sky behind the gray walls and green trees. "Master, why do you want to see this cornice? Do you want to understand the law that the craftsmen of the past subconsciously summed up from the power of rain? It is enough to see the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Do you want to see it forever? We have seen a lot of old temples, old pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and houses in Chang'an City these days. If we continue to see it, I am afraid that the Chang'an local government will suspect that we are two thieves." "Grass talisman. Master, I was wrong." Master Yen Sei suppressed his anger after a while, pointed to the cornice deep in the Taoist temple, and said with a livid face, "This time I don't want you to see the cornice, but the animals on the eaves squatting on the cornice. You release your psyche power to feel it and see what is there." Ning Ke suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he slowly released his psyche power and touched the stone beasts on eaves that were half squatting on the eave. The existence of the beasts on eaves was fed back into the sense of perception woven by psyche power through the chi of heaven and earth. However, the next moment, the beasts on eaves seemed to be alive, and he could even see their eyes. His heartbeat began to accelerate gradually, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Those animals on the eaves in the sense of perception and sight became more and more clear, and the coercion from them became heavier and heavier, which directly made his face pale and his body extremely stiff. Master Yen Sei stood beside him and didn't worry about his reaction. Instead, he was calm and slightly happy. Ning Ke was so sensitive to the reaction of the animals on the eaves, which slightly diluted his anger after being ridiculed before. Ning Ke shook his head and got rid of the previous state. He raised his hands to rub his eyes, looked at Master Yen Sei and said, "Master, I feel it and I understand." Master Yen Sei slightly frowned, and it seemed that he didn't expect that Ning Ke could actually get rid of the coercion from the animals on the eaves. Ning Ke glanced at the animals on the eaves in the distance, which became smaller again, and said, "Master, do you want to tell me that these stone animals on the eaves are also talismans, which are endowed by the divine talisman master with power and coercion that is close to a powerful life?" Master Yensei said, "Yes. What I am more confused about is why you didn't panic when you touched the animals on the eaves for the first time." Ning Ke looked at him, and after a moment of silence, he honestly replied, "I have touched the animals on the eaves before." Master Yen Sei slightly raised his white eyebrows and asked, "When? Where?" Ning Ke said, "Last spring, in the palace. When the carriage passed by the laundry office, I don't know why, when I saw the animals on the eaves of the palace, I suddenly felt that they were alive, and I felt very uncomfortable at that time." Master Yen Sei was silent for a long time, and suddenly reached out to touch his head, and his eyes were full of gentle appreciation. Listening to your words and seeing your actions, I always feel that your temperament and state of mind are really not suitable for cultivating talisman Taoism. I even wonder if I was misled by your note and saw something wrong. As a superclass divine talisman master in the world, the old Taoist was very clear that a young man who had never touched cultivation could innately feel the coercion from the animals on the eaves, which represented what kind of talent he had in talisman Taoism. I am very pleased that you once again proved your aptitude and ability. Ning Ke said with a smile, "Master, aptitude and ability are in the body, and don't need to prove it. In fact, they have always existed. Today you said a lot of nonsense, but this sentence is reasonable." Master Yen Sei laughed, and then continued to ask with concern, "Last time in the Imperial Laundry Office, was it the first time that you felt the coercion from the animals on the eaves?" Ning Ke fell into a long silence because of this question. He remembered that on that day last spring, he and Sang Sang held the big black umbrella and stood on the straight and spacious street in the drizzle, and then they were suppressed into two statues by the vermilion bird painting in the middle of the street. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Master Yen Sei, saying, "Actually, earlier, on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the stone vermilion bird painting also gave me the same feeling, but I don't know what the vermilion bird painting is." Hearing his answer, Master Yen Sei squinted his eyes into two slits, and suddenly said, "Do you want to see the vermilion bird again?" Of course, Ning Ke didn't want to see it. It had nothing to do with the vermilion bird carved in the stone, which had no charm, but he was extremely afraid of the vermilion bird painting on the stone path subconsciously. Maybe he was too scared by the ancient killing intent of the vermilion bird in the middle of the street on that rainy day last spring, or maybe he still subconsciously remembered the near-death experience when he fled to the street on that sultry summer night last year. Anyway, the shadow in his heart was so thick that it could not be any more. However, as an excellent student, he was very clear that every time a teacher asked a student whether he wanted to do something, he just needed to show an attitude of respecting the student's will. In fact, the teacher would never want to hear any answer except yes. So when Master Yen Sei asked, he honestly answered that he wanted to go. From the foot of the Imperial City, the two walked along the spacious and straight Vermilion Bird Avenue all the way to the south, as if they were stepping on a gray-brown ribbon embroidered with green lace, from the head of the giant in Chang'an City to the chest. Looking at the vermilion bird painting on the stone slab in the middle of the avenue, Ning Ke felt that his mouth was a little dry. He subconsciously put his hands into the cuffs, clenched them very tightly, and felt that his body was a little stiff. The vermilion bird painting was as solemn and beautiful as usual. Its wings had not fully spread out, and it was just the time when it was about to flap. The two eyes that were not angry but majestic were so well carved that no matter from which angle you looked, you would feel that it was staring at you. This was a must-see scenic spot for people from all counties of the Tang Empire when they came to Chang'an City, and the two eyes of the vermilion bird painting were also the wonderful thing that all the tourists talked about. Standing in the crowd with different clothes and looking at the vermilion bird painting in the middle, Ning Kei's vigilance and fear in his heart faded a little, perhaps because of the noisy environment and the lively people around him. However, his body was still stiff, and his hands and feet were still cold, because he always felt that the eyes that had been staring at him had nothing to do with the skills of the carvers. The eyes seemed to be telling him that the vermilion bird, which had experienced thousands of years of wind and rain, was alive. I have two pieces of news to report to you. First, because I went crazy again and ate too much, I still have a chapter of 3,000 words later, so I will continue to write it. Second, my friend Sharpknife has started a new book called Transformation of God of War. You can click on the direct train below and directly go there. Please support me. The advertising slogan is as follows: "This is a huge, beautiful, and mysterious world of Do Chi, where countless powerhouses are hidden. On the road of martial arts, you fight with the sky, the earth, and people. Never surrender, never retreat. If the road in front of you is blocked, then use your fists to punch a way out. As long as you have the heart of a powerhouse, no matter what is in front of you, you will directly smash it with one punch." Transformation of God of War, Blood Boiling. Chapter 179. Seeing the vermilion bird again, do you have any new feelings? No, right? Don't you think it's alive? Master, do you also think so? At this time, the master and the disciple had walked out of the crowd and continued to the south along the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Hearing Master Yensei's words, Ning Kei asked in surprise, and then he could not help but look back at the vermilion bird painting that was surrounded by the crowd and could no longer be seen. Master Yensei ignored him and continued to walk forward. What kind of existence can be sure to be alive and has life? Ning Kei turned to catch up with him, thinking that when 11th brother asked this kind of question, he was sleeping most of the time. Of course, this is a difficult question, and it has little to do with the reason why I take you to see the vermilion bird painting today. Master Yensei said, "I take you here to tell you that the painting on the Vermilion Bird Avenue has nothing to do with artistic sculpture. It is a divine talisman in Chang'an." Ning Kei was slightly startled. He really did not associate the vermilion bird painting with talisman Taoism, because he could faintly feel that the vermilion bird painting possessed a kind of terrifying power. The killing intent that seemed to come from ancient times and the existence of talisman, which felt wonderful but faint, seemed to be from two different worlds. You have said before that we talisman masters regard all the cultivation methods in the world as talismans. It is a very narcissistic mentality. But I can tell you with certainty that the vermilion bird painting is a talisman, a divine talisman left by the previous sage. The words of sage and divine talisman came into Ning Kei's mind. He frowned tightly and asked after a long silence, "Master, you once said that divine talisman masters can move the world with talismans only after they have crossed that step. Has the previous sage, who left the vermilion bird painting, already crossed that step?" 1,000 years ago, the empire set the capital of Chang'an and expanded on the basis of the original city. At that time, the vermilion bird divine talisman had already existed. When the previous sage drew the vermilion bird divine talisman, he must have surpassed the knowing destiny state, but I don't know whether it was Tianqi or limitless state. But the talisman that I told you last time, I guess, it needs a more profound state. Does it mean that he has become an immortal? Is there such a great cultivator in the world? When Haotian Taoism is cultivated to the end, beyond Tianqi is immortalization. The so-called immortalization is immortal ascension. Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, there are many seniors who have immortalization and immortal ascension in the Taoist classic. A legend is just a legend. Master Yen Sei raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you think an ordinary mortal will think I am an immortal when he sees a divine talisman master like me?" Ning Ke said uncertainly, "Maybe. That's why it's not so hard to imagine that one can ascend to become an immortal in the end. But my guess is that these immortals are different from the immortals in myths and legends. They should be great cultivators who have truly transcended. Master, I'm more curious about the stories of the mortal world. The vermilion bird divine talisman left by the previous sage must be especially powerful. The problem is that the talisman Tao is self-contained. Who can activate this divine talisman?" Master Yen Sei said leisurely, "Since the founding of the Tang Empire, this vermilion bird divine talisman has been lying quietly on the stone road and has never been activated. But according to the judgment of someone in the Academy and the former National Master, once the vermilion bird divine talisman is activated, it can be equivalent to a full blow from a grand cultivator at the peak of knowing destiny state, and even surpass it in some aspects." "Only at the peak of knowing destiny state. Only? What's with your attitude?" "Master, you are at the peak of knowing destiny state, so is Lu Bai. I guess the National Master and eldest brother are also at the peak of knowing destiny state. I don't even dare to guess the headmaster of Academy. Now I know many grand cultivators at the knowing destiny state, such as second brother, Chao Shaoshu, and even my silly friend are geniuses who have entered the knowing destiny state. Is the knowing destiny state really rare?" "Ning Quebec, Master, I'm here." Master Yen Sei looked at him and shook his head, saying, "You are very lucky or you are very unlucky." Ning Ke asked confusedly, "Master, what do you mean?" "The place with the most grand cultivators in the world is the West Hill Divine Palace and the Academy. You are a student of the second floor of the Academy and an apprentice of me, the great divine priest of the Divine Hall, so you can meet many powerhouses at the knowing destiny state. Ordinary cultivators may not meet powerhouses at the knowing destiny state in their lifetime, so I say you are very lucky. However, you are so weak now, but you have met so many powerhouses. I am worried that you will lose the courage to climb up and surpass the mountain." "Don't worry, Master. In fact, I am also a narcissist." "That's good." Unconsciously, Master Yen Sei and Ning Ke passed through the entire southern city along the Vermilion Bird Avenue and came to the southern gate of Chang'an City. The towering and majestic city wall seemed to break the sky, casting a shadow and covering a large area of the nearby marketplace. Master Yen Sei walked up the city wall with Ning Quebec. Nobody knew why the well-disciplined guards at the gate came to stop them or check their identities, as if they did not see them at all. Ning Ke was surprised and wondered why his master took him up the city wall, but he was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. He just stared at the dirty Taoist robe and climbed up. However, he was still a little confused about the power of the vermilion bird talisman, so he could not help but ask, "Master, how powerful is the knowing destiny state? I have asked someone to perform once, but I have never seen a fight at the knowing destiny state." Master Yen Sei frowned and asked, "Which silly grand cultivator would be so idiotic to perform for you?" Ning Ke secretly thought that the grand cultivator was named Chen Pippi. Although he was an idiot in life, he was really a good person. Master Yen Sei unhappily scolded, "As for the fight at the knowing destiny state? Do you want me to find Lu Bai and have a fight with him again?" Ning Ke explained with a bitter face, "You misunderstood me. I am just curious." The master and the disciple climbed up the high city wall. The wind from the plain climbed up along the old but still strong city wall, with a few sharp cries of eagles, and their clothes were fluttering. Master Yen Sei stood on the edge of the city wall, stroking the black bricks and looking at the clearly visible mountain in the south. he suddenly said. Your second brother in the academy only needs to look at you, and you will die. This is the knowing destiny state. Ning Ke stood beside him and thought silently, looking at the mountain where he had lived and studied for more than a month. Look at you, and you will die. Ning Ke carefully pondered these words and felt more and more respectful and timid. After a moment of silence, he honestly replied, Master, I understand. I will definitely be more respectful to you and second brother in the future. Master Yen Sei took him to the other side of the city wall, facing Chang'an. Chang'an, which was composed of countless market buildings, had now become a jigsaw puzzle under their feet. The imperial palace in the north of the city did not look so unattainable. If the Vermilion Bird Avenue below was a sharp and straight sword, then the imperial palace was the hilt. What do you see? These days, Master Yen Sei took Ning Ke to travel around Chang'an and saw many historical sites. Every time they arrived at a place, he would ask questions. Ning Ke knew that the old man wanted to use this method to speed up his understanding of talisman Taoism. In fact, whether it was the eaves of Spring Breeze Pavilion or the animal carvings on the eaves, he could really deepen his understanding of talisman Taoism. However, at this time, standing on the city wall and watching the scenery of the city, the whole Chang'an appeared in front of him. Without the bustling appearance, there was only silence and the sense of separation after the line of sight was pulled away. Ordinary people would probably scream excitedly to find where their home was. From the perspective of literature and art, they could probably perceive the historical vicissitudes of this magnificent city left by thousands of years. But from the perspective of talisman Taoism, what could they see? Chang'an City is actually a big tactical array. Master Yen Sei's answer directly shocked Ning Ke and made him speechless. This is a magnificent city that gathered the wisdom of countless cultivators of previous generations. Even with the wealth of the Tang Empire, it took us 30 years to build it. It is only natural that it should be the most powerful tactical matrix in the world. That's why it is called Shocking God. Ning Ke opened his eyes and looked at Chang'an City under his feet, trying hard to see the general appearance of the tactical array, but to no avail. Master Yen Sei looked at his expression and could not help smiling, saying, The God-shocking tactical array of Chang'an City can't be seen with the naked eye, and most of it is buried underground. I can tell you that the array pivot is under the Imperial Palace, and the Vermilion Bird Avenue is the array route. The old Taoist pointed to the direction of the Imperial Palace with his right hand, and then his fingertips slowly moved down along the Vermilion Bird Avenue, and continued, The array route extends to our feet, that is, the south gate of Vermilion Bird. Then it disperses through the city wall, and returns to all the city holes in the inner and outer city. You can also see the big tactical array of Chang'an City as an extremely complicated and vast talisman. This talisman is composed of countless divine talismans. As long as the array eye is opened, this vast talisman will be activated to protect this magnificent city and its residents. Ning Ke looked at the dense buildings in Chang'an City, looked at the busy but joyful people like ants, and listened to Master Yen Sei's words. He could not help but be shocked, and his admiration and awe were beyond words. The Vermilion Bird painting that I took you to see just now is the most powerful divine talisman in this vast talisman. It took Ning Ke a long time to suppress the shock in his heart. Looking at the magnificent city in front of him, he murmured with emotion, Once this big tactical array is opened, I don't know what it will be like. Will the dark clouds cover the sky, or will the earth shake and the city stay still? No one knows what the picture will be like. I believe that even the designer and the former cultivators responsible for building the tactical array don't know, and they won't want to know, and I don't want to know, either. Master Yen Sei looked at him seriously and said, The activation of the God-stunning tactical array means that Chang'an City is about to be breached. If that day comes, it can only mean that our Tang Empire is on the verge of destruction. Ning Ke suddenly thought of a key problem, and looked at Master Yen Sei seriously and said, "Master, you shouldn't tell me such things, especially the array pivot and the array root. It's not good." Master Yen Sei calmly said, "Do you know who is responsible for the god-stunning tactical array of Chang and city in the Tang Empire now?" "Who?" "Your master, me." Master Yen Sei looked at him with a smile and said, "And you are my only successor. After I leave this world, you will be responsible for the god-stunning tactical array. So it's natural to let you know some things in advance." Ning Ke did not say anything. With a pale face, he turned to look at Chang and city below the city tower, and shook his head. A very strange sound came out of his mouth. It seemed that he was swearing, and it was more like he was unconsciously muttering. After a long time, he looked back at Master Yen Sei and said bitterly, "Master, don't be so scary." Chapter 180. If I scare you to death, where can I find a successor? The problem is that it doesn't sound true. Why not? Chang and city, god-stunning array to me? Why? Because there are too few divine talisman masters qualified to preside over the god-stunning array, and even fewer who can be absolutely trusted by the Empire. Among the 3 divine talisman masters living in seclusion in the academy, only little Huang he is a citizen of Tang, and your uncle Gongsun has a serious health problem. Ning Ke, you are a student of the headmaster of academy and my disciple. Why can't the imperial court trust you? Why can't it be given to you? Who can agree? I agree. Master, is it enough for you to agree? His Majesty has agreed. He told me that he once told you that he would take you to see something after you officially step into Talisman Taoism. His Majesty did say that, but what does it have to do with what we are talking about now? When you see that thing in the future, you will understand. It was certainly a very happy and glorious thing to be a noble divine talisman master. However, if the safety of the whole Chang and city or even the whole Tang Empire was in your hands after becoming a divine talisman master, then this happiness and glory would be countless times stronger. However, the strengthening of glory would eventually turn into a mountain-like responsibility and a sky-like pressure. Thinking that decades later, when he stood on the tower in Chang and looked down at the world, he would no longer be able to feel relaxed and carefree. Instead, he would have to carefully observe the millions of Tang people living among them and be ready to make choices that ordinary people would never be able to make for the survival of the Tang Empire, which had lasted for thousands of years. Ning Ke felt that it was difficult for him to breathe, and he felt depressed. If an objective evaluation was made, any young man who had just touched the cultivation world for less than a year and was still in the no-doubt state would be scared to death when he suddenly learned that the big shots of the Empire were so important to him in the future. Ning Ke was no exception. After all, he had experienced too many shocks in his life, and he was bold enough to be wild enough. Especially after entering the 2nd floor of the academy, his mind became more stable, even calm and lazy. So after returning to Lin 47th Street, his mood quickly returned to normal. At the entrance of the alley, an old cat was lying on the flagstone, squinting and lazily basking in the sun. In fact, Ning Ke was not lazy. In the following days, in order to avoid the enthusiastic Chang and citizens and stewards, he still got up before dark and went out early in the morning. He went to the back of the mountain of the academy to practice his swordsmanship, knife, and fine needles. He also listened to the wind, music, and chess. After leaving the academy, he continued to tour the scenery around Chang and visited various Taoist temples and ancient temples. However, he did not have his master to accompany him and was alone on the road. Chang and city finally came to the most difficult period of the year, the hot and stuffy summer. Ning Ke had also visited more than a dozen Taoist temples and finally arrived at the Wanyan Tower in southern city. Unfortunately, spring had passed and the flock of geese had already gone north to Xuanyang Lake in Gushan Commandery to spend the summer. Therefore, he did not have the chance to see the stunning scene of tens of thousands of geese flying around the ancient tower. However, places like Taoist and Buddhist temples always liked to steal the most beautiful scenery of the world as the background. Therefore, the Taoists and monks had no choice but to make some good scenery to avoid being criticized by the world. Therefore, although there were no geese to see in the Wanyan Tower, at least there was a Buddhist pagoda with moss marks on its ancient bricks and the exquisitely carved stone statues of venerables in the Buddha Hall. Ning Ke looked up at the Buddhist pagoda for a while and found that he did not understand anything about talisman Taoism, nor did he see any beauty. He shrugged and walked into the Buddha Hall. Suddenly, he was attracted by the smooth lines of the statues of venerables, which were extraordinarily solemn. The world was shrouded by Haotian's divine light. The Buddhism sect silently guarded in a corner of Yueluan Kingdom. Although some temples were built around various cities, they were not mainstream. Most of the monks of the Buddhism sect cultivated in the wilderness and had little influence on the secular people. Like most people, Ning Ke did not know much about the doctrines and scriptures of the Buddhism sect. He only knew that the status of the so-called venerables in the Buddhism sect was roughly equivalent to that of the saints that ordinary people talked about. Those were ancient myths and legends. The stone statues of venerables were placed in order in the quiet Buddha Hall. The windows were covered with yellow paper. The filtered light fell on the stone statues, emitting a kind of tranquil yellowish luster. The stone statues of venerables were in different shape. Some were smiling, some were silent, and some looked bitter. The hands that were exposed outside the monks' robes were also different. Some put their palms together, some clenched lightly, and some put their fingers together in a strange way. Ning Ke guessed that this should be the emblematic gesture of the Buddhism sect. He subconsciously imitated the statue according to the statue of the venerables. He stretched his hands out of the sleeves and slowly put his palms together. Then he spread his fingers and crossed them, or bent his fingers and lowered his wrists like a lotus. Gradually, he felt something in his heart, but he could not tell what it was. Walking out of the Buddha Hall, the world was shrouded in bright and hot sunlight again. He blinked his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. When he was about to leave, a middle-aged monk walked out of the Wanyan Tower and smiled at him. In the shack on the top of the tower, the middle-aged monk put a cup of tea in front of Ning Ke and said calmly, "You can call me Huang Yang." Ning Ke took the tea and thanked him. He felt that the name was somewhat familiar. It seemed that he had heard Master Yen Sei mention it. "You must have some doubts as to why I invited you upstairs for a chat." The middle-aged monk looked at him and said with a smile, "I was invited by someone to say a few words to you." Ning Ke held the tepid tea and felt a little puzzled. "Who invited you? What do you want to say to me?" At this moment, he finally remembered the identity of this monk Huang Yang. Thinking of the rumors and stories he had heard in the past, he was suddenly shocked. He quickly stood up and bowed to the ground, saying, "Greetings, greetings, master." Huang Yang monk laughed and said, "Many people find it a little troublesome to call me. In the eyes of the common people, I am the so-called younger brother of the emperor, and many times they call me Lord Younger Brother of the Emperor. But I am not a lord, I am just a monk." Ning Ke smiled and didn't know how to answer. Monk Huang Yang pointed at the mountain-like Buddhist scriptures on the desk behind him and said, "These are the true scriptures of the Buddhism sect that I took back from the wilderness. I want to translate them into plain words so that the true meaning of the scriptures can be heard by the world. However, I've spent so many years and there are still many volumes that I haven't finished. So please don't mind me telling you directly." The middle-aged monk sitting opposite was the younger brother of the emperor of the Tang Empire, the most respected sublime being of the Buddhism sect in the empire. Up to now, Ning Ke had not guessed who invited him to talk to him. However, such a sublime being put aside so many Buddhist scriptures and specially took time to talk to him. Presumably, the content of the sublime being must be very important, so Ning Ke would not have the slightest objection. I don't know much about the Tao of Runes, so I can only talk about the cultivation process that I have experienced. The Buddhism sect pays particular attention to enlightenment. Those who can hold the Buddha's heart are Buddhas. In our view, the surrounding chi of heaven and earth can be said to be a gift from Haotian or some kind of glory that has existed since ancient times. Whether Haotian has the same will as human beings or not, there has always been a debate whether Haotian has the same will as human beings, whether it is the Taoism sect, the Buddhism sect, or the predecessors of the Academy. Let's not talk about it today. Huang Yang Monk's words were really direct, without any pleasantries or transitions. He directly put forward a big proposition, but stopped abruptly after a little explanation and quickly got to the point. The cultivation of the Buddhism sect is asceticism. The so-called asceticism is not to bear hardships, but to walk between heaven and earth and have intimate contact with the cliff and the stream for many years. Then one day when the cliff is still and the stream has a splash, you may be able to perceive the chi of heaven and earth. Cultivation pays attention to understanding the running rules of the chi of heaven and earth and perceiving how it flows and how it is still. The disciples of the Buddhism sect also need to learn, but our learning is more based on years of accumulation. When we suddenly figure these things out, we call it enlightenment. A real good student, even in the face of Einstein, would not be like the fish at the back of the mountain of the Academy, wagging their tails and waiting to be fed by the goose. Instead, they would bravely and timely ask questions. Ning Ke was undoubtedly a good student. So after Huang Yang Monk finished this sentence, he frowned and asked, "By being extremely familiar with the objective existence of things, one can recognize all the properties of things?" You summed it up very well. No wonder you can enter the second floor of the Academy. Monk Huang Yang was slightly stunned and said with appreciation, "That's the general idea. However, in the view of the Buddhism sect, the chi of heaven and earth existed before us and will always exist after us. It's an objective existence that transcends worldly experience and even survival experience. Therefore, when we live in it, it's more about feeling rather than mastering it, let alone trying to control it. Therefore, the Buddhism sect is not like the general cultivation sects, which divide states according to the degree of understanding and control of the laws of heaven and earth. There is no such thing as no doubts or see-through. How can one learn the endless heaven and earth with a limited life without doubts? Since it is the mystery of heaven and earth, how can one understand it thoroughly? Ning Ke seriously thought about these words and felt that these views of the Buddhism sect were a little too rigid, or at least not positive. The Buddhism sect only pays attention to enlightenment. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, then you don't understand it. Huang Yang Monk looked at him and said calmly, "Since I was a child, I followed my master to practice asceticism everywhere in the world. After my master passed away due to old age, I heard that there was a holy land of the Buddhism sect in the extreme west of the wilderness, so I went to the Ueluan kingdom and followed the caravan of the Ueluan kingdom into the wilderness. During the 7 years, I followed 17 different caravans into the wilderness. Some caravans stayed in the barbarian tribes and never came back. More caravans returned to the Ueluan kingdom with generous rewards, but I never found the legendary Holy Land of the Buddhism sect. One of the caravans entered the wilderness 4 times, and I followed them in and out 4 times. I was familiar with the merchants, coachmen, and guards. One day, a sandstorm came, and the caravan was trapped in an earthen enclosure somewhere in Chiu City. At night, a team of horse gang, who came to avoid the sandstorm, also entered this earthen enclosure, and then there was no reason to kill them. Hearing the word horse gang, Ning Ke raised his eyebrows subconsciously, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. His body instinctively stiffened, and he was full of killing intent. He asked in a low voice, "Master, what happened later?" He knew that this question was unnecessary. He knew better than anyone else the cruelty of the horse gang in the wilderness, and the master was still sitting here, safe and sound. Something must have happened, and even the master was very likely to be enlightened that day. As expected, Huang Yang monk said, "The horse gang was a little afraid of the disciples of the Buddhism sect. They didn't besiege me until they killed all the people. It was at that moment that I, who had followed my master for 20 years and been in and out of the wilderness for 7 years, was finally enlightened." Listening to the master's narration, Ning Ke seemed to be able to see the cruel scene of that night in the wilderness, and his mind was slightly shaken. He looked at the other side of the table and asked subconsciously, "Master, what happened after you were enlightened? What happened to those horse gang later?" Huang Yang monk smiled slightly and didn't answer the question. He just slowly poured some tea into his cup. Ning Ke smiled, knowing that he had asked another meaningless question. Although the Buddhism sect paid particular attention to mercy and enlightenment, he knew that the Buddhism sect also had a thunderous rage when encountering evildoers from the introduction of the furious eyes venerable in the Buddhism sect. Naturally, those horse gang were all killed. Huang Yang monk said, "As for how I was enlightened at that time, I still don't understand until now. I only remember that my body was soaked with the blood of my familiar companions. I felt that the blood was very hot, and my skin was burning, as if it was about to be burned." Hearing this, Ning Ke gently rubbed his fingers under the table, feeling that the blood left in his childhood was still so sticky. Although it had faded a lot now, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Huang Yang monk looked at him and said, "For many years, I have been suffering and confused. Since I wanted to be enlightened, why couldn't I be enlightened earlier? Even if I had been enlightened half a day earlier, my friends in the caravan wouldn't have been killed by the horse gang. After a long time, I finally understood this truth. Everyone has different reasons for enlightenment and lucky chances. When the lucky chance comes, it comes. If it doesn't, you can't force it." Ning Ke understood that the master's words were to remind him. Huang Yang monk continued, "Blood is not fire. It shouldn't be spicy and can't be burned. However, for me at that time, blood was spicy and could burn my clothes, flesh, and even Buddha's heart. If enlightenment is the perception of the law of the chi of heaven and earth, then everyone's enlightenment should be different. Only what you feel is true, and what others teach you is false. So you don't have to worry. Take your time, and you will be enlightened eventually." Ning Ke pondered in silence for a long time. Then, he bowed deeply and walked down from the Wanyan Tower. A moment later, Li Qingshan, the master of nation of Tang, came in from nowhere. He looked at Huang Yang monk and said, "Thank you very much." Huang Yang monk shook his head and said, "With so many contacts in such a short time, don't you worry that he will have problems?" Li Qingshan said calmly, "A divine talisman master who has already stood at the threshold, a virtuous brother of the Buddhism sect, and those eccentrics in the second floor of the academy. With such a lineup to guide a young man who has just entered the cultivation world, if he doesn't have any problems, then his future must be promising. If this still doesn't work, then we can only wait for the headmaster of academy to return home." The grand cultivators who stood at the top of the Tang Empire were all devoted to the education of Ning Quebec. Just as the nation Master Li Qingshan had said, such a lineup might not be impossible in the future, but it was highly unlikely to appear in the past. After a moment of silence, Huang Yang monk smiled and said, "I hope he can live up to your expectations in the future." The military ministry and the Imperial Center administration have also investigated him in detail. His loyalty to the Tang Empire is beyond doubt. Being able to enter the second floor of the academy means that he has enough potential, and even has the possibility to become a divine talisman master in the future. The most important thing is that he is not like other cultivators who are ignorant of worldly affairs and walk in the clouds. Instead, he acts calmly and coldly. When encountering an enemy, he dares to kill and is willing to use any means. How could His Majesty miss such a young man? Not to mention the fate of that calligraphy section? His painstaking efforts to cultivate him with such a lineup is not because we old guys expect him to grow up and bring glory to us in the future, but because the Tang Empire needs young people like him in the future. Since that day in the palace, Ning Ke had sent some calligraphy sections to the Tang Empire through the bodyguard office after eating the exquisite but not filling royal meal of cold fire autumn smoke. He had never entered the palace again, nor had he met the emperor of the Tang Empire. Therefore, he did not know that he had become the most important candidate for the Tang Empire's talent cultivation plan. However, after talking with Master Huang Yang at Wanyan Tower today, he more or less guessed some things. The reason why the younger brother of the Tang Empire could come out in person, besides the face of Master Yen Sei, must be because of the palace. Even if he had guessed some things, he was not shocked, especially compared to a few days ago in the southern city, when his master pointed to the picturesque landscape and said that the safety of this magnificent city would be handed over to him in the future. But of course, he would feel touched. A few days after the talk at Wanyan Tower, he had been thinking about Master Huang Yang's words, especially the word enlightenment. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that the Enlightenment Buddhism sect paid attention to, if put in the system of ordinary cultivation methods, was actually see-through, which was the preliminary mastery of the operation of the Qi of heaven and earth. At this time, Ning Ke's state was still at no-doubt state, only a small distance away from the lower state of see-through. The same was true for talisman Taoism. He was only a little bit away from drawing that talisman, but this seemingly small distance was actually the most difficult part. Seeing that there was only one step away from climbing the dangerous peak, but that step could not be taken, no matter who it was, they would inevitably feel anxious and anxious. A few days ago, Ning Ke did manage to be calm, but of course, deep in his heart, he had been looking forward to the arrival of that day. It was not until he heard Master Huang Yang's words about enlightenment at Wanyan Tower that he suddenly realized that these seemingly peaceful and natural expectations were also a kind of anxiety and an obstacle to cultivation. After pondering for a night, Ning Ke no longer thought about these things. See-through and talisman Taoism were all left behind by him. He would still go to the Academy's back mountain to listen to songs, forge iron and gossip, and still walk around the famous places in Chang'an. But he no longer thought about when he would be able to reach see-through, nor did he think about when he would be able to put down the first stroke on that piece of white paper. Looking at the eaves of the famous buildings, he no longer wanted to feel anything from them. Instead, he just purely appreciated the beauty among them, reflecting and imprinting those lines into his eyes. One day in midsummer, in the afternoon, the old brush pen shop was shrouded in unbearable heat and humidity. Ning Ke leaned on the bamboo chair under the tree, staring at the sky divided by branches and green leaves in a daze. From time to time, he picked up a wet towel from the basin beside the chair and patted it on his body, washing away the greasy sweat and summer heat with the well water. Change the water quickly. The water in the basin is hot again. What kind of weather is this? Get some fresh cold well water quickly. He was not anxious about cultivation, but anxious about the heat. He shouted to the front. In order to resist the endless stream of admirers and stewards of mansions, the old brush pen shop was now open for 2 days and 3 days when its owner got married. Sang Sang was really bored during the day, so she wiped the tables and chairs in the front shop again and again. At this time, hearing Ning Ke's angry shout in the courtyard, she hurriedly ran out and poured the old water in the basin under the tree, and then went to the well to get new water. At this moment, the long-awaited rain fell, hitting the eaves and leaves with pitter-patter. Then, it quickly turned into a torrential downpour. The rain was like thunder, but it could not drown out the ecstatic shouts of the neighbors in the back alley. "Young master, quickly go into the house to hide." Sang Sang threw down the basin and hurriedly closed the window. Ning Ke lay on the bamboo chair, but did not move. He looked at the rain falling from the sky, feeling the brittle feeling of the raindrops hitting his naked skin, and the wetness that enveloped the street. His expression seemed a little strange. Sang Sang looked at him from the window and shouted, "Why don't you come in?" Ning Ke opened his eyes and looked at the increasingly dense rain. He suddenly shouted, "Look, it's so beautiful." Sang Sang thought that the young master was talking nonsense again. She waited for a long time and found that Ning Ke was still lying on the bamboo chair. Although she was not worried that he would catch a cold on such a hot day, she was very worried that he would become a fool in the rain. Frowning, she walked out of the door, walked to the bamboo chair, and imitated him to look up at the sky. Seeing that she looked up with difficulty, Ning Ke stretched out his hand to hold her waist, and held her in his arms. The master and the servant lay side by side on the bamboo chair, lying in the majestic heavy rain, and opened their eyes to look at the sky. Sang Sang looked at the rain coming like arrows and said in surprise, "It's really beautiful." Ning Ke wiped the rain off her face and asked, "Do you feel that we are like the rain eaves under 1,000 years of wind and rain?" Sang Sang shook her head and said, "I don't think so. I feel like the city wall is being shot by many arrows." Ning Ke sighed and said, "What an unromantic girl." At night, the rain gradually stopped. Sang Sang began to cook. After drying his body, Ning Ke came to the desk in front of the window again. He poured water into the inkstone, ground the ink, and picked up the brush, as natural and ordinary as he had done every time for more than 10 years. The white paper on the desk was still the original one. The edges had been rolled up after dozens of days, but the top was still white. He looked away from the page of the Talisman Classics, and then looked at the rain dripping from the eaves. Then he lowered his wrist and put down the brush. The full tip of the brush, like a treetop full of rain, gently fell on the snow-white paper. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, 6 lines. 6 lines were finished. Ning Ke took a deep breath and put down the brush. Sang Sang came in with 2 big bowls of soy sauce rice, put them aside, and walked to the desk to look at it curiously. Then she looked up at the roof, slightly frowning, and said unhappily, "It's leaking? Isn't this a new house built in the 4th year of the Tianqi era? Young master, you have to talk to Mr. Qi tomorrow to reduce the rent." Ning Ke shook his head helplessly and said, "When did we pay the rent? Besides, the house is not leaking." "It's not leaking? Young master, did you get a fever because of the rain? Do you need me to go to the pharmacy?" Sang Sang pointed to the white paper on the desk and looked at Ning Ke with concern. However, before she could finish, Ning Ke pulled her thin body into his arms. Sang Sang felt that the young master seemed to be very emotional today, so she could only helplessly open her arms and let him hold her. Ning Ke held her tightly. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile in her ear, "Tell all the people in Chang, and who want to invite me to dinner that from today on, I have time to go to their mansions for dinner." Hearing this, Sang Sang's body slightly stiffened, and she looked at the desk again. The 6 ink marks on the snow-white paper on the desk had disappeared. There was only a big puddle of water. Not rain. It was water. I had originally planned to write 3,000 words, but as I was writing and writing, I got too excited. So I wrote 6,000 words and finished writing this huge plot. Alright, I'm really happy. At such a happy time, I'll feel sorry for myself if I don't ask for recommendation votes and monthly vote. Anyway, you know that recommendation votes are my life. I can ask for monthly votes casually, but you really can't give them casually, you have to give them hard. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation votes and monthly vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 181. Of course, Ning Ke was very happy to draw the first talisman in his life. Then he calmed down and sighed with emotion. But he was not as ecstatic as he was when he embarked on the road of cultivation last year. Cultivation had tortured him for more than 10 years. He had been desperate but suddenly succeeded. But talisman Taoism was a matter of course. He knew that he could understand it, but he did not know when he could. Of course, it was impossible for him to announce it to the whole world. He only told the people closest to him. Then, he was surprised to find that the reaction of these people was even stronger than his. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder who wrote the water talisman on the snow-white paper on the desk. Sang Sang went to the Victory House to invite a chef to make the table noodles. Senior brothers and sisters in the back mountain of the academy spread the news. They thought that their youngest brother would be obsessed with talisman Taoism and would not practice the flying sword anymore. So their heads and the butt of the big white goose would be much safer. So they danced with their hands and feet, played the flute and played the zither. After Master Yen Sei knew the news, he sat in the Southern Gate Temple for a while, and then went to the House of Red Sleeves to indulge in drinking. When he was drunk, 2 lines of tears flowed down his old face. On the 3rd day after the summer rain, the highly respected old Chancellor of the Tang Empire held a banquet in his mansion with a random excuse. Dozens of officials were invited to the banquet. They drank and made merry under the rain-shielding veranda in the courtyard. Everyone was confused, but it was not appropriate for them to ask. Naturally, the important figures of the imperial court would not sit in the courtyard with these middle-level officials. Instead, they were chatting with the old chancellor in the main room. As they listened to the chancellor's hearty laughter, the doubts in their hearts were even stronger than those of the officials outside. They were all guessing what kind of joyous event had happened that could actually make the stern old chancellor, who led the literary world with his scholarly articles, so happy. Could it be that the border army had conquered a large piece of territory for the empire, or that the old chancellor's granddaughter was about to get married? On such an occasion, no matter what happened, everyone should have fun. But looking at the white-haired old chancellor sitting on the left side of the old chancellor, even the minister of the Ministry of Rights could not say much. That person was Wang Shurchen, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Library. Throughout the entire imperial court, apart from the Prime Minister and a few others, only this Grand Secretary would dare to disrespect the old Chancellor. Moreover, everyone knew that these 2 elders had never gotten along. The Chancellor and the Grand Scholar hadn't been on good terms with each other for a long time, but it had nothing to do with the political opinions or the internal strife. The Great Tang placed great importance on the law, and even the nobles did not dare to violate it. The various departments acted according to the law, and although there were no harsh punishments, it was extremely difficult to brush past the edges of the law. As a result, no minister dared to form a clique for personal gain. The few ministers and ministers in the main room knew clearly that the hatred between the 2 old chancellors stemmed from a love affair decades ago. At that time, both of them were students of the academy. They shared the same room and shared a deep friendship. It was a pity that they shared the same room with a young girl, and the girl was the Prime Minister's daughter. Her temperament was unbelievably good, and the most unfortunate thing was that the Prime Minister only had one daughter, so Wang Shurchen, the Grand Secretary, sneered and stroked his white beard. He looked at the old Chancellor and said, "I heard that you often sent stewards to Lin 47th Street recently, and even bought a few sections from others?" "That's right. Are you jealous?" The old Chancellor smiled and looked at him, saying, "Don't talk about losing the face of the imperial court. Ning Ke is a student of the academy, and we are old acquaintances. Moreover, he has entered the 2nd floor. What's more, I have to show him respect even though I'm much older. I heard that your steward often goes to the old brush pen shop these days. Why do you have to talk about me? Look, if you didn't have a guilty conscience, why would you answer so many questions with just a few questions?" Grand Secretary Wang sneered and said sarcastically, "Ning Kei's calligraphy is really good. His Majesty likes it, and so do I. What's wrong with me sending someone to the old brush pen shop? I just sympathize with you. You have been searching everywhere, and I don't know if you have found any authentic work." Before the old Chancellor answered, Grand Secretary Wang laughed and looked at his colleagues around the table. He said, "I think you all know that Sir Ning's chicken soup calligraphy is now in my mansion. I have a look at it when I have time for official business. It's really a good feeling." The old Chancellor slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew that this sentence was directed at him. Grand Secretary Wang slightly raised his eyebrows and continued to say, intentionally or unintentionally, "There are many sections of Ning Kei's calligraphy circulating outside. But except for this chicken soup calligraphy with the hidden meaning of divine talisman, I don't think there is another one that can be compared with the flower-blooming calligraphy in the palace. It did take me some effort to get this chicken soup calligraphy. If I didn't have some friendship with Master Yensei, how could I get it?" He turned to the old Chancellor and said with a smile, "Old guy, I heard that your steward also went to the House of Red Sleeves to buy 2 rubbings of the Yen family of the chicken soup calligraphy? Why do you do that? If you really want to see the authentic chicken soup calligraphy, just tell me. Why do you specially invite me to have this meal? Why do you have to bother so many colleagues to accompany you?" The old Chancellor breathed heavily. He put his hands on the table and sneered, "If I want to see it, you will send it to my mansion? Don't even think about it." Grand Secretary Wang smiled and said, "His Majesty knows that the chicken soup calligraphy is in my mansion and has asked me for it 3 times. I didn't do it. The chicken soup calligraphy will definitely not come back to the palace. If I send it to your mansion, you will definitely not give it back to me. How can I be fooled? His Majesty has been to my mansion twice this month. If you want to see it, just come to my mansion." "Big Head Wang, don't bully me too much." The old Chancellor slammed the table and scolded harshly. The master of moral essay called Wang Shurchen by his nickname in the academy out of anger today. It was really unbearable. If it were in normal times, Wang Shurchen would probably scold him. However, he had the absolute upper hand with the chicken soup calligraphy today. He could show pity to the loser. He shook his head indifferently and said sympathetically, "You are too impolite. You are too impolite." The old Chancellor thought of the purpose of today's banquet. He forcibly suppressed his anger and sat down slowly. He sneered and said, "Today I have another purpose for this banquet." "Just you? Do you think you have a big head and a big face?" Grand Secretary Wang smiled slightly and did not care. Finally, this sentence is used again. The 2 senior statesmen quarreled and mocked each other. The ministers and chancellors at the table did not dare to interrupt. They were used to this scene and knew that it was useless to persuade them. So they could only maintain an awkward silence. Not long after, there was a slight sound in the courtyard. It seemed that a guest had arrived. Grand Secretary Wang looked out of the threshold and frowned slightly. The old Chancellor smiled and looked at the young man who walked into the courtyard surrounded by several young men. He stroked his long beard with satisfaction and squinted at him. He said, "The authentic chicken soup calligraphy? Let's take a look at the owner of the chicken soup calligraphy first." At this time, these bigwigs of the imperial court had already guessed the identity of the young man. Although they more or less knew this person before, they could not help but sigh in their hearts when they found that he was so young. Grand Secretary Wang's expression was very ugly. In spring, the entire Chang'an city was shocked by the appearance of the owner of the flower-blooming calligraphy. Many high-ranking officials and nobles wanted to get close to this person in order to please the emperor. Even Ning Kei himself had sent a steward to invite this person to his mansion for a chat. However, no one expected that this person would turn a blind eye to all the invitations and continue to live peacefully in the shabby alley. Usually, if a calligrapher showed this kind of attitude to the bigwigs of the empire, even if he was the second master of calligrapher, he would be instantly defeated until no one paid attention to him. However, this young calligrapher was quite favored by His Majesty and was also a student of the second floor of the academy. Even these high-ranking officials and nobles did not dare to do anything to him and could only let him be with love and hate. As time passed, the Chang and prefectures found that this person treated everyone like this and had never attended the banquet of the He family. They thought that cultivators had many different interests and gradually did not care about it. When it was time to buy the calligraphy, he still did not show any mercy. However, who would have thought that today, this person actually appeared at the banquet of the old chancellor? The Tang officials inside and outside the courtyard were all extremely smart people. It only took a moment for them to roughly guess why this calligrapher made an exception. Wang Shurchen sneered and turned to look at the old chancellor. He said sarcastically, "Congratulations on having a good granddaughter." The hidden meaning in this sentence was actually a little vicious. But just like Grand Secretary Wang's previous verbal attack on the old chancellor, only the winner was qualified to be forgiven. The old chancellor smiled and mocked. "Who told your granddaughter to be unable to enter the academy?" This sentence was the biggest regret of Grand Secretary Wang in the past 3 years. His expression slightly changed and his fingers slightly trembled. He pointed at the old chancellor's face and angrily scolded, "You old man, don't be so proud." The old chancellor sighed and said, "As the first old man in Chang, to invite Sir Ning to his mansion, it is hard not to be proud." Grand Secretary Wang looked back at Ning Ke, who had walked out of the threshold, and said angrily, "Do you need to look at an old hen to drink chicken soup?" The old chancellor smiled generously and shook his head with a sigh. "You are so out of control." There was a heavy rain in midsummer the day before yesterday. Ning Ke wrote an ink talisman on the snow-white paper, and then said that sentence to Sang Sang. Then he began to go to the banquets of each family. The master and the handmaiden checked, and found that they had actually collected more than a dozen invitations and name cards in just a month or two. He was very clear that the reason why these bigwigs in Chang treated him so courteously was all for the sake of His Majesty. Previously, he treated everyone equally and did not go to any family. Of course, he was not afraid because he was at the back of the mountain of the academy. But once he started to go to the banquets, he must pay attention to the order. Otherwise, if he offended some bigwigs in the imperial court because of etiquette, even the academy could not help him. Yesterday at the lakeside of the academy, he seriously consulted Situ Ilan and finally decided to put the invitation to the old chancellor's mansion as the first one. The reason was very simple. Since the old chancellor was a noble and civil official, it was natural for him to meet him as a junior disciple. More importantly, it was because Jin Wucai was his classmate. This kind of relationship could not be found anywhere in the world. Of course, the dishes in the old chancellor's mansion were much better than those in the imperial palace. But they were too bland, and the conversation was really not very interesting. Ning Ke honestly and humbly answered the questions in accordance with the unchangeable truth that these bigwigs gave him face, which was that he had to return the face back to them. He behaved very well. After the banquet, the old chancellor naturally asked people to bring up the brush, ink, paper and inkstone, and asked Ning Ke to leave a letter. After leaving the letter, Jin Wucai and Situ Ilan saw him out of the mansion together. The three chatted for a while, and then Ning Ke knew that Xie Qingyun had returned to the South Jin Kingdom when he was busy understanding talisman Taoism. Ning Ke noticed that when Situ Ilan mentioned Xie Qingyun, Jin Wucai's expression was still calm, but her eyes were a little sad. He could not help but sigh. Since they had started to attend the banquet, it was impossible for them to just stay in one family. The next day, according to the meal schedule arranged by Situ Ilan, He was supposed to visit the Minister of the Ministry of Rights. However, because he met Grand Secretary Wang at the old Chancellor's mansion last night, he had no choice but to go to the Grand Secretary Wang's mansion for dinner. Before Ning Ke agreed with him at the table, he had clearly felt that if he did not agree with the white-haired Grand Secretary Wang, the latter would really send someone to Lin 47th Street to smash his shop. The banquet in the Grand Secretary Wang's mansion was more exaggerated than that in the old Chancellor's mansion. It was obvious that the old man did not treat Ning Ke as an old hen who would simply feed him some rice. Instead, he invited all the capable officials of the 6 ministries and 3 academies to the mansion. If one counted carefully, he would find that more than half of the officials who were qualified to attend the court meeting were standing in the courtyard. Looking at the dense crowd of officials in the courtyard and the various official uniforms, Ning Ke was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He thought to himself, what did this lad do? He was just a bad calligrapher. How could he deserve such a grand ceremony? However, Grand Secretary Wang thought that he deserved it. He even took Ning Ke's hand and stood in front of the steps, making a very grand introduction. For the Academy and the headmaster, for the Imperial Palace and His Majesty, for the Southern Gate Temple and Yensei, Grand Secretary Wang did not mind giving face. Of course, he also vaguely wanted to put on airs. On the one hand, he wanted to use these officials to announce to the whole empire that Ning Ke had come for dinner. On the other hand, he wanted to use these officials to announce to Ning Ke that he treated him more attentively than the old Chancellor. In the future, if Ning Ke had any calligraphy, he should show it to me first. If His Majesty had any instructions, he should let me know first. Before the banquet was over, Grand Secretary Wang took out the treasured chicken soup calligraphy and asked the officials to appreciate it. Finally, he asked Ning Ke to take out his private seal and solemnly stamp his own seal on the memo paper that had been repaired but was still wrinkled. Ning Ke lifted his finger slightly, and the seal left the surface of the chicken soup calligraphy, leaving a dazzling bright red. There was jubilation in the Grand Secretary's mansion. The officials cheered and applauded. The steward of the mansion was proud and moved, and the servants whispered. Old Song, who had followed the Grand Secretary all the way from his hometown to Chang'an and had served the Grand Secretary for nearly 70 years, was moved to tears. He held his walking stick and looked at the brightly lit courtyard. He said in a trembling voice, "Old Master, young Master has finally won against the old Gene. The hatred of stealing his wife has finally been somewhat avenged." After doing this, Ning Ke heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that this was probably the case. However, he did not expect that Grand Secretary Wang did not intend to let him leave. Instead, he ordered people to set up the writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone, just like the old Chancellor had done last night. Looking at the speed of the stewards setting up the brushes, ink, paper and inkstone, no one in the hall would believe that they did not carry out emergency overtime training. Ning Ke stared blankly at the ridiculously large Huangzhou sprout paper in front of him. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought to himself that the old Chancellor had only taken an ordinary scroll last night. Did he want him to write a Grand Central Hall? Isn't this a little too cruel? After leaving the Grand Secretary's mansion, he said to Sang Sang sadly, "Don't ever attend such banquets again." Sang Sang asked confusedly, "Young Master, you said a few days ago that if you want to achieve great things, you can't just rely on one skill. Although you are determined to cultivate, you also need to build a good relationship with the bigwigs in the secular world. Why do you say not to attend such banquets again now? I'm still good at eating, chatting, praising the sage, and flattering people because I'm a thick-skinned person." Ning Ke shook his head and said with emotion, "However, I have to leave a piece of calligraphy after eating. Yesterday it was an ordinary scroll, and today it has become a Grand Central Hall. What should I write when the Marquis invites me to dinner tomorrow? Should I fill the white wall that the Marquis just painted with calligraphy? These bigwigs are not inviting me to dinner. They are completely robbing me of my money. I'm really happy when I write about old song. In fact, I'm still tired from writing, and I'm not in good spirits. That's why I've stayed up until now. It's past midnight, and I don't have to send out individual chapters to solicit recommendation vote. I'm sincerely inviting you here. The recommendation votes on Monday are very important, and I hope everyone can support me. Please come to my appointment to solicit vote. We eat rice, but what flows out must be votes. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 182. Because he could not bear to part with his beautiful concubine, the emperor did not attend the morning court. Because he could not bear to fight for gold over silver, Ning Ke did not eat from then on. What he meant by not eating was that he did not attend banquets, not because he really disliked the Tang Empire and wanted to express his dissatisfaction by not eating anything. He had experienced the terrible drought and famine when he was a child and was deeply traumatized by it. He insisted that eating was the most important thing in this world, because there were no immortals in the world who could eat wind and drink dew. Even the most powerful sage of sword, Liu Bai, would be starving if he did not eat for a few days. Anyone who did not eat would die. Eating and drinking? In those years when there was no food, even a naked beauty was probably no different from meat in the eyes of many men, not to mention things like roses that represented love. The Buddhism sect always liked to preach about pink skulls. Ning Ke could not help but secretly guess that those sadhus ate vegetables and tofu gruel every day and had to climb mountains and ridges. They were in a state of half-starvation every day, and that was why they came up with such a correct and idiotic argument. And Yueluan Kingdom was the most prosperous place for Buddhism, so there might be some connection between the two. The people who were so hungry that they did not even have the strength to curse the heavens might not be interested in doing those things between men and women, so they had to tighten their belts and chant sutras? Ning Ke's ideas were naturally not correct, but at least there was a hidden rule in human history. The most fundamental reason for the wars between tribes and countries was to eat. To fill their stomachs, the refugees dared to attack states, capture cities and fight with the regular armies of various countries. In order to fill the stomachs of their people and prevent them from risking their lives against them, the various countries did not hesitate to shed all pretenses of cordiality and put down their statuses to forcefully seize more land. Similarly, to fill their stomachs, the tribes of the wilderness of the north, which had been away from the central plains for more than 1,000 years, were forced to move south with great difficulty. They took the initiative to attack the fierce barbarian tribes on the grassland, regardless of whether they would alarm the countries in the central plains or whether they would bring any future troubles. Wars were for eating. Of course, in order to win wars, the first thing to do was to ensure that the people in the war had enough to eat. On the slightly cold grassland, the smoke rising from dozens of earthen stoves and the mutton being cooked in dozens of big pots was a guarantee. Thousands of men dressed in animal skins sat around the earthen stove, silently eating mutton. Whether it was the wrinkled old men or the immature young men, they all had calm and resolute expressions, as if they hadn't just traveled thousands of miles to the south, but had lived here for many years. They were a part of the army of the Northern Wasteland tribe. In other words, they were a part of all the men who could fight in the Northern Wasteland tribe. In this southern expedition, all the men who could fight in the Northern Wasteland tribe were gathered here. There was no army. Instead, all the men who could fight were gathered on the edge of the grassland that stretched for hundreds of miles. All the old, weak women and children of the tribe were left behind. It would take about a month to reach the edge of the grassland. If the men could not win this war and take over the grassland, then their families in the wilderness behind them would definitely be swallowed by the darkness, cold, hunger, and the blades of the enemy. For countless years, the northern wasteland tribe lived in the cold region of the far north, relying on the hot sea to survive. It was impossible for them to sustain too many people. In recent years, as the nights strangely lengthened, the temperature gradually dropped, and their lives became more and more difficult. At the end of winter, the tribal elders finally decided to move the whole tribe south. If they did not move south, there would be no food. In the south, there were large grasslands, sheep, and food. It was a pity that the god was not generous when he gave the land to the humans. Most of the land already had an owner, including this large piece of fertile grassland. If the people of the northern wilderness wanted the grassland and the food for the sheep, the original owner would not be happy. So, then they would fight. After 1,000 years, the desolate man reappeared in the eyes of the world. This matter should have shocked the world. However, the people who once roared proudly on the grassland and defeated the countries in the Central Plains had left the world for too long. It was so long that many people had forgotten their existence. Moreover, the dangerous natural environment and the torture of time had reduced the tribe's population to the point that people did not feel any threat. Therefore, this matter was temporarily limited to the northern grassland. The reason for this situation also had a lot to do with the wise decision of the desolate man's tribal elders. Before moving south, the desolate man had set a firm and clear goal. The grassland that the sword pointed at belonged to the barbarian Lieutenant Khan, and had nothing to do with the countries in the Central Plains, especially the powerful and terrifying empire. Although the desolate man's soldiers were brave, they had been cautiously suppressing the war in the northern area of the grassland. It had been nearly a month since the desolate man's southern expedition troops arrived at the northern edge of the grassland, and the battle with the barbarian Lieutenant Khan's cavalry had been going on for a month. On this battle line that was deliberately controlled to a length of hundreds of kilometers, the two sides had fought no less than 100 battles, and most of them ended in the desolate man's victory. The cruelty of war was that even the winner had to pay the price of death. The desolate man's soldiers were silent and resolute, brave and disciplined, and their individual combat effectiveness was far above that of the grassland barbarians. However, they were too few in number. Although they continuously defeated the tide-like attacks of the Lieutenant Khan's 100,000 cavalry, more and more of their companions died. An earth stove, an iron pot, fresh water, and mutton. Not far away on the grassland were the corpses of their companions that had congealed in a pool of blood. A desolate man-sorcerer, whose face was smeared with tree sap, walked calmly among the corpses. From time to time, he squatted down and gently touched the eyebrows of the dead with his fingers. His dry lips moved slightly, making indecipherable syllables. Not far from the corpses of the soldiers, a desolate man-boy of about 13 or 14 years old blew the bone flute in his hand. The sound of the flute was mournful, as if it was telling the desolate man's pain of wandering and struggling for survival in the past 1,000 years. An old voice was added to the sound of the flute. It was a highly respected true master of the Council of Elders. He sang a song that all the desolate men could sing. The song was desolate and vigorous, with a shocking unyieldingness in the solemn and stirring atmosphere. The sky is cold, the earth is cold, the goshawk does not dare to look at the northern wilderness. The hot sea falls, the hot sea rises, the snow wolf is hunted by the hot sea. The snow wolf chases, the snow wolf dies, holding a knife to look for the deer all day long. Where to live, where to die, where to bury the white bones. Min Mountain is majestic, Min Mountain is strong, Min Mountain is the true hometown. Stepping over the vast snow, stepping over the frost for thousands of miles, looking south all day long. Stepping over the vast snow, stepping over the frost for thousands of miles, no longer looking south. I go first, and then you come. I fight first, and then you come. I die first, and then you come. The homeward journey is near, the homeward journey is far, the homeward journey is on. I have gone, and then you come. I have fought, and then you come. I have died, and then you come. I have died, and then you come. I have died, and then you come. The bleak song kept repeating the last two lines, and several young desolate man warriors silently looked over there. As the old man sang softly, a strong but not sad atmosphere arose on the grassland. Most of the desolate man warriors remained silent. They ate the mutton and drank the oily soup that had a strong odor. They seized every moment to replenish their strength in between the battles because no one knew when the next battle would begin. The ancestors of the desolate man were once called natural warriors by the people of the Central Plains. Now they had experienced thousands of years of harsh environment, and the word fighting was written in their blood vessels and bones. The death of their companions would not make them feel the slightest bit. Even the song that had been passed down for thousands of years could only trigger the soft echo deep in their hearts, but could not interfere with their preparation for the battle. At this moment, the bugle of the battle sounded again. The grassland trembled slightly, and no one knew how many elite cavalries of the Khan of the left tent were coming. The desolate man warriors did not panic. They put down the mutton and spoon in their hands, raised their sleeves to wipe their oily faces, and then picked up the heavy and damaged weapons beside them. They slowly walked south, and even did not forget to put out the fire in the earthen stove. They walked slowly, then quickly, then trotted, and finally began to sprint. The way the desolate man soldiers entered the battlefield was shockingly similar to the way the grassland cavalries did. The only difference was that they did not ride on horses and only had their own legs. However, what was incredible was that these desolate man soldiers, who were wearing leather robes and holding knives and axes, who did not look very tall or strong, could run at such a fast speed and with such a shocking momentum. With the dense buzzing sound of drums, the grassland cavalries who were good at riding and shooting pulled the bowstrings of their short bows from a long distance away. Countless arrows cut through the sky and hit thousands of desolate man warriors like raindrops. With a puff, a sharp arrow hit a desolate man warrior who was running at high speed. After the arrow had penetrated the leather armor, it seemed to take root in his chest. Blood quickly seeped out and dyed the leather armor red. However, the desolate man warrior did not seem to notice it and still rushed towards the black tide-like cavalries with sabers and axes in his hands. Obviously, the arrow was blocked by the desolate man's steel-like skin and did not hurt his vital parts. There were no military orders or flag signals. The desolate man's battle relied on their instincts, the tacit understanding and the trust they had in their companions after fighting side by side for more than 1,000 years. When they were dozens of steps away from the black tide-like grassland cavalries, as long as they were not shot down by the cavalry's arrows, they pulled out the sharp axes from their waists neatly and threw them out with all their strength. The sharp axes rotated at high speed and cut through the air on the battlefield. The bright light reflected the sunlight and reflected snow-white shadows on the green grassland. It looked extremely beautiful and terrifying. With their strong defensive power, the desolate man warriors withstood the grassland cavalry's first round of shooting and entered the effective killing range of the flying axes. They ran so fast that the grassland cavalries did not have time to launch the second round of shooting and had to throw the axes in their hands. The rain of arrows did not hit too many desolate man warriors on the grassland, but the rain of thousands of sharp axes directly caused the grassland cavalries to suffer the cruelest blow. The originally heavy axes, coupled with the desolate man warriors throwing strength and rotation, easily cut through the cavalry's light armor. Even the ends of the axes directly broke the grassland cavalry's bones and spurted blood. To say a few very important things. First, after I finished writing last night, I was working on the next chapter's outline. I was deducing and overruling it all the way. I don't know if I was excited by the future plot or depressed by the level of trouble. Anyway, I had insomnia and couldn't fall asleep until noon. So I didn't sleep at all and hoped to adjust my biological clock again. However, I really couldn't stand it in the afternoon. I spent 4 to 5 hours writing this chapter. The quality and mood should be fine, but I really don't know the words because my eyes are blurry. I will go to sleep after eating the food my leader brought back. If I wake up tomorrow, I will try to write more. There is another very important thing to report to everyone, which is the annual selection. To be honest, with the help of everyone, I won the Best Author 2 years ago and the Best Novel last year. I am really grateful and satisfied. I really don't know what to do this year. Anyway, if you want to vote for me for free, I am still deeply grateful. But please don't spend money to vote for me. I really have nothing to ask for. The book review section moderators also have the best novel selection, but I don't know why our moderators are not in the designated range. Scratching my head, they have really worked hard these months. I am very clear about this, so I want to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to them. By everyone. This paragraph does not count. What I said before is really not polite. I really have nothing to ask for. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 183. The sharp axes that whistled through the air, and then fell deeply into the warhorses' heads, cutting off the grassland cavalrymen's arms. Along with a sudden muffled howl, countless warhorses fell to the ground miserably, and the grassland men on the warhorses also fell to the ground miserably. Death and blood did not destroy the grassland cavalrymen's will to fight. Instead, it made the elite cavalrymen under the direct command of the left king's palace more aggressive. They waved the machetes in their hands and roared as they charged forward against the rain of axes. Contrary to the almost crazy grassland cavalrymen, the desolate man soldiers had remained silent since the beginning of the battle. Whether it was running at high speed, dodging the rain of arrows, falling to the ground due to injuries, or throwing the flying axes with all their strength, they kept their lips tightly shut. On the battlefield that was filled with blood and broken limbs, the silence was even more terrifying. However, if there were bystanders at the edge of the battlefield, in their eyes, the grassland cavalrymen who were charging forward with wild roars had far surpassed the silent, desolate man soldiers in terms of momentum. The black tides formed by the grassland cavalrymen finally approached the silent, desolate man soldiers and collided with them for the first time. What was incredible was that the silent, desolate man soldiers, who appeared to be lacking momentum, were not scattered by the heavy cavalry. They stood in the black tide like reefs and were not scattered. A young desolate man soldier squatted down and slashed his long saber from his waist. The grassland cavalrymen who were charging towards him were shocked and suddenly lowered their heads. The warhorse under them screamed, and its 2 front legs were neatly chopped off. A strong desolate man soldier looked at the grassland cavalrymen who were charging towards him. He stepped forward with his right foot, lowered his body and bent his waist, and slammed into them with his shoulder. No matter how one looked at it, a human body hitting a horse was suicidal. However, this strong desolate man's shoulder was as hard as steel. The angle he chose to hit was so accurate that he just avoided the cavalry's machete and hit the warhorse's front leg, the shoulder blade, the most vulnerable part. There was a muffled howl from a man or a horse. The warhorse neighed and rolled over. The grassland cavalryman on the horse perfectly demonstrated his riding skills at this moment. He flipped over and got off the saddle, avoiding the tragic ending of being crushed by the heavy warhorse. However, just as his feet landed on the ground, the strong desolate man soldier's long saber came whistling and chopped off his head. Splash! The black tide formed by the grassland cavalryman came over. The desolate man soldier stood in the black tide with his long saber in his hand and was instantly engulfed. But after a while, the black tide splashed with countless waves of blood. However, these mature and naive desolate man soldiers once again surfaced and faced the second tide with blood all over their bodies. The tide overflowed the reef and then slowly receded. The reef still stood silently by the sea, as if it would never be washed away by the tide even after millions of years. The desolate warriors were not senseless reefs. In the face of the black tide of grassland cavalries, they did not choose to remain silent forever and fight recklessly. Instead, they made a second response at the fastest speed. Their feet, which were tied with animal skins, ran quickly on the grassland that had hardened due to the cold. Bringing grass and dirt with them, the desolate man warriors were like countless shadows weaving through the black tide of grassland cavalries. They avoided the accurate arrows, the sharp machetes, and the impact of the warhorses. They stayed close to each other tacitly and surrounded the grassland cavalrymen in the middle of the black tide in groups of 5. The scene was wonderful. The black tide of the grassland cavalrymen had flooded the entire battlefield, but they could not engulf these desolate man soldiers in the shortest time. And those desolate man soldiers did not care about the sabers and arrows behind them. They did not care about the grassland cavalrymen who were surrounded by 5 people. Some of them waved their long sabers and rushed up silently and fiercely. The long sabers were sharp and cut through the air. Their feet flashed like the wind. Wherever blood splashed, some grassland cavalrymen fell from their saddles and were instantly cut into pieces by the saber wind. The grassland cavalrymen on the periphery and the cavalrymen who had already rushed past the battle line could not make any effective rescue. They tried their best to shoot the arrows, but the number of desolate man soldiers they could kill was extremely limited. With their horrifying close defense power and unimaginable running speed, the battle on the vast grassland, which should have been one-sided or even a massacre between the cavalrymen and the infantry, was developing in an incredible direction. In fact, since the desolate man tribe moved south and began to fight with the Lieutenant Khan's tribe, this scene, which was completely against the grassland cavalrymen's fighting philosophy, had been playing out. The most terrible thing in a battle was not failure, but when you found that the ideas you had learned in the past battles and the most effective fighting methods suddenly became ineffective. This kind of mental blow could directly make people lose their confidence in fighting. In the previous battles, the grassland cavalrymen had suffered a crushing defeat because of this inexplicable mental panic. Every time they launched a seemingly foolproof charge, they found that the charge did not have any effect. Instead, they became the targets of those thin, desolate men. No matter how strong the troops were and how strict the battlefield discipline was, they could not stop the subsequent collapse. According to the process of the previous battles, the grassland cavalrymen should have had a nervous breakdown at this time, and then they would withdraw from the battlefield in a panic. Then they would gather again to rest and recover their spirit and physical strength, and wait for the next charge. Then they would collapse and fail again. But today's situation was obviously a little different. The cavalrymen who were surrounded by the desolate man soldiers on foot did not collapse. They had long been mentally prepared for the outcome of death, so they burst out with extremely fearless courage and desperately waved the machetes in their hands before dying. Although they could not avoid falling under the long machetes of the desolate man soldiers in the end, the desolate man soldiers often had to pay a higher price to kill a grassland cavalryman than the previous times. Around the central battlefield where the blood waves were dense, the grassland cavalrymen who were supposed to support their trapped comrades did not hesitate to lift the reins and leave after hearing a low horn. They did not care that their companions were falling under the siege of the desolate man soldiers. Instead, they divided into 2 teams at the fastest speed and left the central battlefield in the east and west direction. The huge waves that were crashing against the reef suddenly split into 2, leaving only the remnant waves in the middle that were still stuck to the black reef. And behind the fork where the 2 teams of grassland cavalrymen separated, a gorgeous carriage came slowly. The carriage was decorated with gold and silver and looked extremely gorgeous. In the middle of the carriage was a round plate made of refined steel. The lines on the plate were so dense that they seemed to be even more complicated than the hundreds of millions of stars in the night sky. On both sides of the metal plate stood two expressionless grassland brawny men who were wearing heavy metal armors and holding heavy and sharp machetes in their hands. The countries of the Central Plains strictly controlled the output of salt and iron. It was extremely rare to see full metal heavy armors on the grassland here. The soldiers who were qualified to wear heavy armors must be the bravest and most powerful warriors with the highest status in each palace. Today, the task of these two most powerful warriors of the Left Khan's palace of the grassland was not to fight, but to protect the metal plate on the carriage and the person sitting on the plate. There was a skinny old man sitting on the metal plate. The old man was wearing a golden royal costume with an agate ring on his left finger and a rune painted with wolf's blood between his eyebrows, which told everyone his identity. He was one of the 7 most respected grand wizards of the Left Khan's palace. The old sorcerer expressionlessly looked at the warriors who were still fighting on the grassland in the distance. His withered lips moved rapidly. His skinny 10 fingers continuously tapped on the metal disc, like the beating of a war drum, mixed with the incantation that was spat out from his lips, as if it had an extremely magical power. In the originally azure sky, a cloud suddenly floated over, just in time to block the pale sun, casting a shadow on the bloody grassland at the center of the battlefield. At that moment, some of the older desolate man warriors had noticed that the grassland cavalrymen were behaving strangely today. When they noticed that the grassland cavalrymen, who were supposed to attack them desperately, suddenly drove to the periphery, leaving nearly 1,000 of their companions behind, with a few deep shouts, the desolate man warriors sped up the process of reaping the enemy's lives, while the 200 desolate man warriors near the north quickly followed the 2 teams of cavalrymen and rushed to the periphery. However, at the moment when the cloud covered the sun and the shadow covered the grassland, the desolate man warriors suddenly found that they could no longer catch up with the grassland cavalrymen who had driven to the periphery and began to wander along the big circle and shoot arrows again. Because their most terrifying running speed had suddenly slowed down a lot. The reason why the running speed of the desolate man warriors slowed down was that the hard grassland under their feet suddenly became soft. The uprooted grass roots gradually seeped into the mud, and the broken weapons left on the surface of the grass began to sink into the mud. Their feet were also sinking. When they ran, their feet stepped heavily into the grassland, and it took a lot of effort to pull them out. The grassland in the center of the battlefield seemed to have become a swamp. The desolate man warriors who had been silent and determined finally had a change of expression at this moment. They firmly believed that they could win all the battles, but today they had entered the battle that the grassland cavalrymen had planned, and they did not know what would happen next. Although the surface of the grassland they were in had turned into a soft swamp, and it was not like quicksand that could swallow people and horses, it was difficult for them to keep their balance on the soft ground. Their legs were deeply sunk into the ground, and they could not exert their terrifying running speed. For thousands of years, they had been chasing snow wolves and snow deer by the boundless hot sea. The desolate man's feet had become tireless, fast, and extremely durable wolf feet. They were their most powerful weapons. However, today their weapons suddenly became useless. They could not catch up with the grassland cavalrymen who were wandering around. What was more terrifying was that they could no longer avoid arrows like before, or at least prevent the enemy's arrows from hitting their vital parts. Swoosh, swoosh. The palace cavalrymen who had wandered to the periphery of the grassland regrouped as fast as they could. They divided into 2 groups of more than 1,000 cavalrymen and galloped in opposite directions at high speed. At the same time, they knocked their bows and shot arrows at the desolate man warriors who were surrounded in the middle. With a puff, a sharp arrow shot into the chest of a young desolate man. He frowned in pain and pulled out the arrow from his chest. However, before he could raise the long knife in his hand, a second arrow, a third arrow, and more arrows shot into his body. Finally, the young man slowly knelt on the ground with his eyes wide open, unwilling and painful. His knees sank into the soft ground, and then he fell forward. I adjusted my biological clock so much that I wanted to die. There were 4 blackouts in the afternoon, which made me feel like I wanted to die. I was afraid that there would be another blackout later, so I wrote 3,000 words and updated it first. There will be another chapter later. Also, the monthly ticket will be doubled from the 29th. This we will talk about it later. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 184. The sky darkened and the grassland turned into a swamp. No matter how strong the desolate man warriors were, they would lose their most important ability once they could not run as fast and long as the wolves by the hot sea. In the eyes of the grassland cavalrymen, they suddenly became immovable targets. No matter how strong their close-range defense was, they would eventually die of blood exhaustion after being shot by countless arrows. Of course, if they wanted to use arrows to kill these tough desolate man warriors, even if they did not dodge, they would still need a terrifying number of arrows. No cavalryman would carry so many arrows in a normal war. However, during the days when the desolate man went south, dozens of tribes in the left king's court had been defeated. The grassland people had learned from their failures and finally decided on today's war strategy. The palace had sent one of the 7 great sorcerers and the elite cavalrymen. How could there be a shortage of arrows? The horses moved like the wind and the arrows fell like rain. The grassland cavalrymen whistled and kicked the horse's abdomen. With their exquisite shooting skills, they accurately pulled their bows and shot arrows. The desolate man warriors who were surrounded in the middle of the swamp-like grassland struggled to pull their legs out of the grass and mud. They struggled to move their legs and trudged to the periphery. However, the second step they took was also stuck in the mud. Coupled with the accurate and terrifying arrows, the desolate man's speed of breaking through the encirclement was extremely slow. One of the most powerful warriors did not care that his body was full of arrows and bravely stepped through the thick mud. When he was less than 20 steps away from the grassland cavalryman, he was shot in the knee and fell in despair with a muffled groan. Suddenly encountering such a strange ambush, the old veteran among the desolate man warriors had long noticed the strange carriage behind the grassland cavalryman and the strange people in it. He guessed that the sudden change in the grassland must have something to do with the carriage. He only heard the old man shout a few words, and then a desolate man warrior with extremely thick arms walked over with difficulty and stood in front of him. The desolate man veteran pressed his palm on the back of the warrior and groaned. His face gradually turned pale, and an inexplicable huge force passed through his palm into the warrior's body. The desolate warrior's arms became thicker, as if something had entered his body. He forcibly endured the pain from his skin and ignored the blood flowing out from the corner of his eyes. He stared at the carriage in the distance and suddenly let out a beast-like roar. He pulled out a big axe from his waist and threw it in that direction. The sound of the axe tearing through the air rang out. Under the support of the enormous power, the axe was like a bolt of lightning, traversing a distance of several hundred feet in an instant, chopping towards the golden-robed old royal court wizard on the carriage. Seeing the sharp axe whistling towards him, the 2 valiant warriors of the royal court, who had been standing silently by the old magus side, raised the giant shields at their feet at the most crucial moment, blocking in front of the old magus. The tip of the axe violently collided with the giant metal shield, producing a loud and clear clang. The grassland soldiers beside the chariot were so shocked that they covered their ears and knelt on the ground. The gorgeous carriage only shook slightly before returning to normal. In the carriage, the old magus who was sitting on the metal plate was still expressionless. He hurriedly chanted incantations, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. The chi of heaven and earth around him entered the metal plate with his incantation and then followed the talisman patterns that were as complicated as star lines into the ground of the grassland. It was then released by another metal plate that the royal court had buried in the ground in front of them, causing the grassland above to become softer and softer. The desolate man's last hope of escaping was dashed. They raised their heavy long knives and desperately tried to break out of the encirclement in the soft mud. There were people who were hit by dozens of arrows and fell down like thorns. The grassland cavalrymen who were shooting arrows around them whistled more and more sharply. Their ferocious faces were filled with the joy of revenge. The wet grass, the bloody mud, and the galloping horses formed a cruel and desperate picture. The grassland suddenly became quiet and spacious. The cruel shooting of arrows was still going on, but other than the buzzing of strings and the sound of arrows piercing through the air, as well as the sharp whistles of the grassland cavalrymen, no other sound could be heard. The desolate man somehow stopped and buried their bodies in the grass as low as possible. They silently defended and no longer tried to break out of the encirclement. Then even the buzzing of strings, the whistling of arrows, and the sharp whistles of the grassland cavalrymen all disappeared. The battlefield that was supposed to be chaotic became extremely quiet. Quiet was actually a relative term. In fact, the reason why all the chaotic sounds disappeared was that the people on the battlefield could only hear one sound. It was the low vibrating sound of a heavy object piercing through the air at high speed. It was definitely not an arrow, but a flying sword used by the people of the Central Plains. It sounded more like a huge stone that was thrown down from the clouds by Hautian and was constantly accelerating. The desolate man's soldiers who were buried in the grass raised their heads with difficulty and looked up at the sky. They had been mentally prepared to face death with equanimity. Their eyes had previously become extremely calm, but now they were suddenly filled with passion and admiration. The grassland cavalrymen who were wandering around the battlefield in the center of the grassland felt a wave of fear in their hearts. They subconsciously slowed down the speed of drawing their bows and looked up in shock. Everyone on both sides of the battle raised their heads. They looked at the place where the horrifying vibrating sound came from. The clouds blocked the sunlight and cast a shadow. In the shadow under the clouds, a man fell from the sky. He streaked across the sky, his body covered in blood-like flames. He fell from a height of tens of meters, as if he had jumped down from the clouds. His terrifying speed broke through the air around his body, creating a semi-spherical mist. Perhaps it was because of the intense friction between his legs. There were blood-like flames splashing out. The man was like a meteorite that smashed into the earth. The place where the meteorite fell was the gorgeous carriage of the left king's palace on the grassland. The two most powerful warriors in the palace on the carriage roared and raised their heavy giant shields to block the head of the old wizard. The old sorcerer's hands trembled violently, and the psyche power in his sea of consciousness gushed out, mobilizing the chi of heaven and earth around him to quickly gather. Then, he raised his head, and through the gap between the shields, he saw a foot. The foot was wearing a very ordinary leather boot. The leather boot was a little old and the bottom of the boot was a little dirty. He didn't know which grassland, which Gobi, which sewage, and which mountains and rivers he had stepped on. The moment he saw this foot, the old wizard of the royal court understood a truth. Death had come. The man who fell like a meteorite stepped on the hard metal giant shield. The old soles of the boots couldn't withstand such a huge force and cracked inch by inch. However, the hard metal giant shield also cracked inch by inch. The two powerhouses of the royal court who were holding the giant shield up didn't even have time to groan. Their thick arms were directly turned into silk-like muscles under the unstoppable and terrifying force. The white bones that were just exposed instantly turned into powder. Blood spurted out from their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths like arrows. The foot that had no soles broke the giant's shield, and continued to descend among the flying metal fragments. It easily broke the old wizard's condensed chi shield and stepped on his head. The old sorcerer's lifeless eyes were stomped directly into his neck. Then, the foot continued downward and stepped on his body. The old sorcerer's body suddenly sank and flattened until it became a pile of meat paste. The foot in the leather boot continued to descend. It broke the old wizard's meat paste. It broke the hard metal disc. It broke the broken carriage board. There was a loud bang. Dust and blood and meat powder splashed everywhere. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The luxurious carriage turned into a pile of rubbish. The sharp metal fragments shot dozens of grassland soldiers standing around the carriage and fell to the ground. The foot that broke through the clouds and tore through the air finally stepped on the grassland that the barbarians had occupied for nearly 1,000 years. A middle-aged man in a leather robe stood in the middle of the ruins with a blood-red giant knife on his back. He looked expressionlessly at the grassland barbarians who were stunned like statues. The desolate soldiers who were trapped in the grassland swamp looked at the powerful man in the distance. They finally broke the silence and let out a crazy roar. Some young desolate people were so excited that they even shed tears. Somewhere in the deep mountains in the south, there was a Taoist temple that looked extremely simple. Because it was remote, there were no tourists or believers who came here. Naturally, there were no incense offerings. The Taoists in the temple didn't like incense either. They felt that the smell was extremely vulgar. It was even different from what ordinary Taoist Haotian thought. The Taoists who lived in this old temple didn't even care about incense money. In the depths of the Taoist temple, there were 7 thatched cottages beside a quiet lake. They were different from the simple and even shabby feeling of this Taoist temple. Although the eaves of these 7 cottages were covered with thatch, they gave people an extremely luxurious and solemn feeling. The roots of the thatch were yellow and white like gold and jade. No one knew how many years they had been through, but they were still as fresh as before. In the first cottage, there was a large and thick classic quietly placed on the agarwood table by the window. The cover was as black as coagulated blood. It also looked like a black blood stone that was formed after hundreds of millions of years. There was a word, written on it. The classic had been opened. The pen that was full of ink moved slowly and smoothly to the right to write a line. The middle-aged Taoist put down his pen and looked at it for a moment. He nodded with satisfaction. There were 2 words written on the blank paper. That was someone's name. Ning Quebec. Ching Fong couldn't read, but he could help condense the ink and leave the words on the paper. After a while, a breeze blew in from outside the window. The pages of the book rustled and kept turning forward. No one knew how many pages had been turned. The classic with the word written on the cover finally flipped to the front from the page with the word Ning K written on it. The first page of the classic was completely blank like snow. There were a few names on the second page. Lu Bai's name was at the top. Not far away, one could vaguely see the word June. There was a person's name on the paper that was different from all the other names. It was extremely lonely and yet extremely powerful. It was as if he was not willing to stand together with the powerful people of the Central Plains who were famous and powerful. Because he was the world wayfarer of the Devil's Doctrine. He was the strongest person in the northern wilderness. His name was Tang. When I was designing the night, I told many people that I wanted to write what I thought was cool. Today's foot is what I thought was cool. It's really easy to feel good writing like this. I hope you can feel good too. It's past midnight. Call for recommendation vote. As for the monthly votes, I will definitely open the chapter tomorrow. When that time comes, everyone will be happy. Just try your best to vote for me when the votes are doubled tomorrow. Good night. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation votes and monthly vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.